What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Cross Harry. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Wonder Woman rescued Harry from the Dursleys and trained him on Themyscira as a warrior mage? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1, The Boy Under the Stairs. Diana Prince stepped out of the London Underground, her eyes narrowing at the grey sky overhead. Something felt off, not just the usual London drizzle, but something deeper, a current in the air that made the hairs on her arms stand up. She'd been tracking magical disturbances for weeks now, irregular pulses of energy that Themyscira seers couldn't explain. Today's reading had been the strongest yet, pulling her to this unremarkable suburb. Surrey, she muttered, consulting the small enchanted compass in her palm. The needle spun wildly before pointing firmly west. Not exactly where I'd expect to find a magical crisis. Diana wore civilian clothes, dark jeans, boots, and a leather jacket, with her armor and weapons magically concealed. To anyone passing by, she was just another striking woman making her way through the suburbs. But beneath her calm exterior, every Amazon sense was on high alert. The compass led her to Privet Drive, a street so painfully ordinary it practically screamed with the effort. Identical houses lined both sides, each with the same meticulous lawn, the same curtains, the same desperate claim to respectability. By the gods, Diana whispered, even Hades shows more imagination. As she passed number 3, the compass needle began to spin frantically, then stopped, pointing directly at number 4. Diana paused across the street, studying the house. Nothing visibly distinguished it from its neighbors, but the magical signature was unmistakable, and it was in distress. A shrill woman's voice carried from inside. Vernon. He's done it again. The freak's done something to Dudley's new television. Diana's eyebrows shot up. Then came a man's voice, so full of rage it made her hand instinctively move to where her sword would be. Boy! Get out here now. A crash followed, then the sound of something heavy hitting the wall. Diana was across the street in an instant, her enhanced hearing picking up a child's whimper from within. The front door was locked, but Diana wasn't particularly concerned with niceties at this point. With a subtle application of strength, just enough to break the lock without tearing the door from its hinges, she pushed it open and stepped inside. The scene that greeted her made her blood boil. A massive man with a face like an overripe tomato had a small boy pinned against the wall. The boy couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, swimming in clothes several sizes too big, with taped glasses and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. His eyes were wide with terror, but Diana caught something else in them, a fierceness, a refusal to be broken. The man, Vernon, presumably, was too focused on the child to notice Diana's entrance. I told you what would happen if you used your freakishness in this house, he bellowed, raising a meaty fist. Diana cleared her throat. I suggest you put the boy down. Vernon's head snapped around, his small eyes widening at the sight of the stranger in his hallway. Who the bloody hell are you? How dare you break into my home? I'm someone who doesn't appreciate seeing children abused, Diana said, her voice deceptively calm. Put him down. This is family business, snapped a horse-faced woman who appeared from the kitchen, a pudgy blonde boy hiding behind her skirts. Our nephew is disturbed. We're dealing with a situation. Diana stepped forward, and something in her movement, the predatory grace of a warrior, made Vernon instinctively loosen his grip. The small boy dropped to the floor, quickly scrambling away to press himself against the far wall. Family, Diana said, tasting the word. Is that what you call this? Now see here, Vernon blustered, seeming to gain courage from his wife's presence. You're trespassing. I'll call the police. Please do, Diana replied. I'm sure they'd be very interested in the conditions in which you keep your nephew. Her eyes flicked meaningfully toward a small door under the stairs, where she could see a padlock. The boy followed her gaze, then looked back at her with a mixture of fear and something else, hope, perhaps, or simply curiosity about this strange woman who'd appeared from nowhere. "You know nothing about our situation," the woman, presumably Petunia, hissed. "He's not normal. He does things. Dangerous things." As if on cue, the light bulbs in the hallway began to flicker. Diana looked at the boy, whose eyes were now squeezed shut in concentration, or fear. The air around him seemed to vibrate with barely contained energy. "Magic," Diana said simply. The word hit the Dursleys like a physical blow. Vernon's face turned from red to purple. "There's no such thing ASM, he began to roar, but Diana cut him off. "Enough." She reached beneath her jacket and pulled out a glowing golden rope. "I think it's time for some truth." The boy's eyes widened at the sight of the lasso, which pulsed with its own inner light. Vernon and Petunia backed away, suddenly sensing that this was no ordinary home invasion. "Who are you?" the boy asked, speaking for the first time. His voice was small but clear. Diana smiled at him. "My name is Diana of Themyscira. Some call me Wonder Woman." "And you are?" "Harry," the boy replied. "Harry Potter." "Well, Harry Potter," Diana said, "I think you and I need to have a conversation with your family." With a flick of her wrist, the lasso expanded, encircling both Vernon and Petunia before they could react. Their faces went slack as the magic of the lasso took hold. "Now," Diana said, "tell me about Harry." "He's not normal," Vernon spat, though the venom in his voice was muted by the lasso's influence. "His parents were freaks, wizards, got themselves blown up. Dumbledore left him on our doorstep with a letter telling us to take him in. We never wanted him," Petunia added, the words tumbling out against her will. "My perfect sister and her perfect husband getting themselves killed and leaving us with their abnormal brat." Harry flinched at the words, but Diana noticed he didn't seem surprised by them. "Where does Harry sleep?" Diana asked, her voice dangerously soft. Vernon's eyes flicked toward the cupboard under the stairs. "In there," he admitted. "Where freaks belong." Diana took a deep breath, mastering her anger. "And how do you treat him?" "We feed him enough to keep him alive," Petunia said. "We clothe him in Dudley's old things. We tolerate his presence because we have to." "But you punish him," Diana pressed. "For what?" "For his freakishness." Vernon snapped. "When strange things happen around him. When he doesn't finish his chores. When he gets better grades than Dudley." Harry had shrunk further against the wall during this exchange, his face a mask of shame. Diana's heart broke for him, but she needed to know more. "Harry," she said gently, "has anyone else ever checked on you here? Anyone from the wizard world?" Harry shook his head. "I didn't even know I was a wizard until Uncle Vernon called me one when I turned the teacher's wig blue last year." Diana's eyes narrowed. "So no one from your parents' world has ever visited? No one has monitored your welfare?" "Mrs. Fig from down the street watches me sometimes when they go out," Harry offered. "She's nice enough, but her house smells like cabbage and cats." Diana was about to ask another question when the air around them suddenly shifted. The hairs on her arms stood up again, this time from a surge of magical energy much stronger than before. Harry gasped, his eyes going wide. "It's happening again," he whispered. The windows began to rattle. The lights flickered more violently. A vase on a side table shattered, making Petunia shriek despite the lasso's influence. "Harry," Diana said calmly, "are you doing this?" The boy shook his head, panic in his eyes. "I don't mean to. It just happens when I'm scared or angry. I can't control it." Diana released the Dursleys from the lasso and moved to Harry's side, kneeling to meet his eyes. "It's okay. Your magic is responding to your emotions. It's trying to protect you." "Magic isn't real," Harry said automatically, then blinked as if surprised by his own words. "I mean, that's what they always told me. They lied, Diana said simply. Magic is very real. I come from a place where magic and the mortal world exist side by side. The rattling intensified, and a framed photo of Dudley flew off the wall, narrowly missing Vernon's head. The large man's face contorted with rage. See what he does, he shouted. He's a menace. This is why we keep him locked up. Diana rose to her full height, positioning herself between Harry and his uncle. No, this is what happens when you abuse a magical child. His power is reacting to years of mistreatment. She turned back to Harry. Harry, I need you to take a deep breath. Can you do that for me? Harry nodded shakily and inhaled. Good. Now another. Feel the air filling your lungs. Then let it out slowly. As Harry followed her instructions, the vibrations in the air gradually subsided. The rattling stopped, and the light stabilized. Diana smiled encouragingly. Well done. The moment of calm was shattered by a sharp crack from outside, followed by another. Diana's head snapped toward the window. Someone's coming, she said. Wizards, I think. Harry's eyes went wide. How do you know? I've encountered your kind before, Diana said, her mind racing through options. The magical community likely has ways of detecting large bursts of underage magic. We don't have much time. Vernon, seeing his opportunity, lunged for the telephone. That's right. The freaks are coming for you now, boy. Let them take you away. Diana moved faster than human eyes could track, her hand closing over the receiver before Vernon could lift it. Harry, she said, I need to ask you something important, and I need you to answer quickly and honestly. Are you happy here? Harry stared at her for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. Do they hurt you? A hesitation, then a nod. Would you like to leave with me? I can take you somewhere safe, somewhere you could learn about your magic and be trained to control it. Somewhere you would be respected. Hope bloomed in Harry's eyes, so bright it was almost painful to witness. Then doubt crept in. But, who are you? Really? Why would you help me? Diana smiled and touched the lasso at her waist. Would you like me to prove my honesty? Without waiting for an answer, she wrapped the glowing rope around her own wrist. I am Diana, Princess of Themyscira, daughter of Queen Hippolyta and Zeus. I was sent to the world of men to be a champion of peace and justice. I sensed your magic calling out in distress, and I came to investigate. I want to help you because it is right, because no child should suffer as you have, and because I believe you have great potential. The lasso glowed brightly, confirming her words as truth. Harry's eyes widened. You're a princess. And your father is Zeus. Like, the Greek god. Diana nodded, unwinding the lasso. The gods are real, Harry. As real as your magic. Another crack sounded, closer this time. Diana glanced toward the door. We need to make a decision. The wizarding authorities are coming. They'll either force you to stay here, or they'll take you somewhere else of their choosing. You won't have a say. How do you know that? Harry asked. Because that's how authorities often treat children, Diana said grimly. Especially special ones. Harry looked at the Dursleys, who were watching with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Then he looked at the cupboard that had been his prison for as long as he could remember. I want to go with you, he said firmly. Diana nodded. Get anything you want to take. Quickly. Harry darted to the cupboard, unlocking it with practiced fingers. He emerged moments later with a small bundle, a tattered blanket wrapped around what looked like a broken toy soldier and a mysterious envelope. That's it? Diana asked, her heart breaking anew. Harry nodded. This blanket is from when I was a baby. It's all I have from, before. Diana held out her hand. Then let's go, Harry Potter. Just as Harry's small hand slipped into hers, the front door burst open. Two figures stood there, a tall, severe-looking woman in emerald robes and a black-haired man with a hooked nose and sallow skin. Both held wooden wands pointed directly at Diana. "Step away from the boy," the woman commanded, her Scottish accent clipped with authority. "By order of the Ministry of Magic." Diana assessed them quickly. Powerful, certainly, but not invincible. She kept Harry slightly behind her. "Harry has chosen to come with me," she said calmly. "He is being abused in this home. Look around you. Ask him yourself." The black-haired man's eyes flicked to Harry, then to the cupboard with its padlock, then to the Dursleys. Something complicated passed across his face. "Minerva," he said quietly to his companion. "Look at where they've been keeping him." The woman, Minerva, glanced at the open cupboard, taking in the small, stained mattress and cramped conditions. Her lips thinned dangerously. "Petunia," she said coldly. "Is this where Lily's son has been sleeping?" Petunia flinched at the name Lily. "We took him in when nobody else would," she said defensively. "We didn't ask for this burden." Minerva's nostrils flared. "Burden? James and Lily Potter died protecting their son, protecting all of us. And this is how you repay their sacrifice?" "I don't care about their sacrifice," Vernon bellowed, finding his courage again. "I care about having to feed and clothe a freak who terrorizes my family with his abnormality." Diana felt Harry's grip tighten on her hand. The air began to vibrate again. "Harry," she said softly. "Breathe, remember." The boy nodded, inhaling deeply. The magical disturbance settled once more. The dark-haired wizard's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "The boy has remarkable control for his age, considering he's had no training." He turned his gaze to Diana. "Who exactly are you? You're clearly not a witch, yet you're no ordinary muggle either." "My name is Diana. I'm an Amazon." Both wizards' eyebrows shot up. "Amazons are myths," Minerva said, though her wand hand wavered slightly. "So are witches and wizards, to most people," Diana countered. "Yet here we all stand." The man studied her intensely. "What do you want with Potter?" "To take him somewhere he'll be safe, respected, and trained," Diana said. "To give him the childhood he deserves." "That's not your decision to make," Minerva said, though with less conviction. "Albus Dumbledore placed Harry here for his protection. There are considerations you don't understand." "Blood wards," the man muttered. "Based on his mother's sacrifice and his aunt's blood relation." Diana nodded slowly. "I understand magical protections. But what good are wards that keep outside threats at bay when the threat is inside the home itself?" She gestured around the room. "This isn't protection. It's imprisonment." Harry stepped forward, still holding Diana's hand but no longer hiding behind her. "I want to go with her," he said, his voice small but determined. "Please." Something in his tone, the quiet dignity despite years of abuse, seemed to reach Minerva. She lowered her wand slightly. "Severus," she said to her companion. "What do you think? You knew Lily best." The man, Severus, flinched almost imperceptibly at the name. His black eyes bored into Harry's green ones, and something like pain flickered across his face. "He has her eyes," he said softly, almost to himself. Then, more firmly, "the blood wards are strong, but they require certain conditions to maintain their power. If the boy isn't, if there isn't at least some form of acceptance here, they may already be compromised." "What are you saying?" Minerva asked sharply. "I'm saying," Severus replied, "that Dumbledore's plan may have had a critical flaw. If Petunia never truly accepted him as family." He trailed off, looking at the cupboard again. The front door burst open once more, revealing a third wizard, this one a hulking man with wild hair and beard. "Harry," he boomed. "Thank goodness you're all right." Dumbledore sent me when the monitoring charms went haywire." He stopped, taking in the scene, the two wizards with their partially lowered wands, Diana standing protectively near Harry, the Dursleys cowering by the staircase. "What's going on here? Professor McGonagall? Professor Snape?" "A complication, Hagrid, Minerva, apparently Professor McGonagall," said tightly. "It seems Mr. Potter's home situation is not what we were led to believe." The giant man's beetle-black eyes took in the cupboard, and his face darkened like a thundercloud. "Y'ave been keepin' him in there?" he growled at the Dursleys, who shrank back further. "Lily and James' son? In a bleedin' cupboard?" "Hagrid," Snape said sharply. "Control yourself. The situation is volatile enough." Diana sensed an opportunity in their momentary confusion. She knelt beside Harry. "Do you still want to come with me?" she whispered. "We need to leave now if we're going to." Harry looked at the wizards, who were arguing amongst themselves now. Then he looked back at Diana, studying her face as if searching for deception. Finding none, he nodded firmly. "Yes." Diana scooped him up in one smooth motion and back toward the rear of the house. "Then hold on tight." The wizards reacted immediately, wands snapping back up. "Stop!" McGonagall commanded. Diana didn't stop. With Harry securely in her arms, she crashed through the back door, splinters flying as she burst into the garden. In the same motion, she leapt, clearing the back fence in a single bound and landing in the alley beyond. "Merlin's beard," she heard Hagrid exclaim behind them. "She jumps like a bloody giant." Diana didn't slow down. She raced through the back gardens of Privet Drive, Harry clinging to her neck, his small body trembling with what might have been fear or excitement or both. "Are you okay?" she asked as she ran. Harry's face was alight with wonder. "That was brilliant. How did you do that?" Diana grinned. "Amazon strength. I can do much more than jump, but let's save those demonstrations for when we're not being pursued by wizards." A red bolt of energy, a spell of some kind, shot past them, hitting a garden shed which immediately burst into flames. "Stupefy," came Snape's voice from behind them. Diana dodged the next spell easily, her reflexes far beyond human capability. She turned a corner into another alley, then another, creating a confusing trail through the suburban maze. "They can teleport," Harry said breathlessly. "They call it apparating. I've seen it when strange people in robes approached me in the street before. Uncle Vernon always hurried me away." Diana nodded. "Then we need to get somewhere they can't find us easily. Hold on tighter." With Harry securely in her grasp, Diana channeled her divine strength into her legs and leapt, not just over a fence this time, but high into the air, sailing over an entire block of houses to land on the roof of a grocery store. Harry gasped, his eyes wide with amazement. "You can fly?" "Not exactly," Diana said, already running again across the rooftop. "But I can come close. I'm taking us to my transportation. It's not far." From rooftop to rooftop they went, Diana making impossible leaps that had Harry alternately squeezing his eyes shut and opening them wide to see the world spreading out below. Behind them, faint pops indicated the wizards were indeed teleporting, trying to track their movements, but Diana's speed and unconventional route made it difficult. Finally, they reached a small airfield on the outskirts of Surrey. Diana landed smoothly beside a sleek aircraft unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It almost seemed to shimmer, as if it wasn't entirely present in the physical world. "What is that?" Harry asked as Diana set him down. "An Amazon transport," Diana explained, touching a hidden panel that caused a door to slide open. "Enchanted by our craftswomen to fly without fuel and remain invisible to most technology. It should mask us from magical tracking as well, our magic works differently from yours." They climbed aboard, Diana helping Harry strap into the co-pilot's seat while she quickly ran through pre-flight checks. "Where are we going?" Harry asked, still clutching his small bundle of possessions. Diana smiled at him. "Home, Harry. To Themyscira. The craft hummed to life, rising vertically without a sound. As they ascended, Harry pressed his face to the window, watching as Surrey grew smaller below them. The wizards had reached the airfield, 3 tiny figures staring up, but the craft was already engaging its cloaking enchantment, shimmering out of visibility. "They can't see us now," Diana assured him. "We're safe." Harry sank back into his seat, the enormity of what had just happened finally hitting him. "I've left forever, haven't I? I'm never going back there." "Not unless you choose to," Diana confirmed, setting their course over the English Channel. "And not until you're ready and strong enough to face them on your own terms." Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing this. Then, in a small voice, "Why did you come for me?" "Really?" Diana thought carefully before answering. "Our seers detected unusual magical disturbances. I was sent to investigate. But when I found you..." She paused. "Harry, I've lived for a very long time. I've seen how power and those who wield it can corrupt or be corrupted. I've also seen how those with the potential for greatness can be twisted by cruelty or neglect." She reached over and gently touched the lightning scar on his forehead. "You have great power within you, untrained, wild, but powerful. And more importantly, you have a good heart. I couldn't leave you there, not when I saw how they treated you." Harry seemed to accept this, nodding slowly. "What's Themyscira like?" Diana smiled, glad for the change in subject. "It's an island, hidden from the world by ancient magic. My people, the Amazons, have lived there for thousands of years. We are warriors, scholars, artisans. We train in combat and study the old ways of magic." "But it's all women, isn't it?" Harry asked. "I remember the myths from school. Will they accept me?" A shadow crossed Diana's face. "It won't be easy," she admitted. "No man has set foot on Themyscira in centuries. But you're a child, Harry. And you have magic of your own, different from ours, but magic nonetheless. I believe they will see what I see in you." "And what's that?" "Potential," Diana said simply. "The potential to become someone extraordinary." The aircraft soared over the darkening sea, its occupants falling into contemplative silence. Harry watched the clouds pass by, occasionally reaching out to touch the control panel with cautious fingers. Diana allowed him to explore, explaining what certain instruments did when he asked. After a while, Harry's eyelids began to droop, the excitement and emotional toll of the day catching up with him. "Sleep," Diana encouraged. "It's a long journey. I'll wake you when we arrive." Harry nodded sleepily, curling up in the oversized seat. Just before drifting off, he murmured, "Thank you for saving me." Diana looked at the small boy, so vulnerable yet so resilient, and felt a fierce protectiveness surge through her. "You're welcome, Harry Potter. Rest now." As Harry slept, Diana sent a secure communication to Themyscira, informing them of her imminent return, and her unexpected companion. The response was immediate and predictably concerned. Her mother, Queen Hippolyta, demanded an explanation. "He is a child in need," Diana replied simply. "With great power and no one to guide him. Would you have me leave him to suffer?" There was a long pause before Hippolyta's voice came again. "Bring him. The council will decide his fate." Not the warmest welcome, but Diana had expected nothing less. The Amazons' isolation had preserved their way of life for millennia, but it had also bred suspicion of the outside world, particularly its men. Harry slept through most of the journey, occasionally mumbling in his sleep or twitching as if warding off invisible attackers. Diana watched him with concern, wondering what nightmares plagued him. Once, he called out, "Mom," so desperately that Diana nearly woke him, but he settled again before she could decide. The first light of dawn was breaking when Diana finally announced, "We're approaching Themyscira." Harry awoke groggily, rubbing his eyes before putting his glasses back on. He stared out the window and gasped. The island seemed to materialize from the mist, a jewel of green and gold rising from the azure sea. White marble structures gleamed in the morning light, perched on cliffs and nestled in valleys. Waterfalls cascaded down mountainsides, and on the beaches, tiny figures could be seen training in formation. "It's beautiful," Harry whispered. Diana nodded proudly. "Yes, it is." She guided the craft toward a landing platform extending from a cliff face. As they descended, Harry could see a welcoming committee forming, or perhaps welcoming wasn't the right word, judging by the grim faces and readied weapons. Diana," he said nervously. "They don't look very happy to see us." "They're cautious," Diana corrected. "But they will listen. Remember what I told you, be respectful but not fearful. Stand straight. Meet their eyes. You have nothing to be ashamed of." The aircraft touched down smoothly. Diana unstrapped herself and turned to Harry. "Are you ready?" Harry clutched his bundle tighter, then set it aside. He straightened his oversized clothes as best he could and nodded. "As ready as I'll ever be." Diana smiled encouragingly and opened the door. Bright Mediterranean sunlight flooded in, momentarily dazzling after the dim interior of the craft. Diana stepped out first, her posture shifting subtly, becoming more formal, more regal. "Sisters," she greeted the assembled Amazons. "I return with news, and a guest." A tall, commanding woman stepped forward from the group. Her golden hair was bound in an intricate braid, and she wore armor that made the others look plain by comparison. The resemblance to Diana was unmistakable. "Daughter," she said, her voice cool. "This is most irregular." "Mother," Diana replied with a respectful inclination of her head. "May I present Harry Potter, a young wizard from Britain with extraordinary circumstances." She turned and gestured for Harry to join her. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped out of the aircraft onto Themysciran soil. The reaction was immediate, a ripple of shock passed through the assembled warriors. Some raised their weapons higher, while others exchanged alarmed glances. One younger Amazon actually took a step back, as if Harry might attack at any moment. "A male child," Hippolyta said, her voice betraying no emotion. "You bring a male to our shores, against our most ancient laws." Harry stood as tall as his small frame would allow, conscious of Diana's advice. He met the Queen's gaze steadily, despite the knot of fear in his stomach. "I found him being abused by his guardians," Diana explained. "His magic was manifesting chaotically, putting him in danger. He has no one, mother. His parents were murdered when he was an infant." "Tragic," Hippolyta acknowledged, "but not our concern. The world of men is full of orphans and tragedy. We cannot take in every lost child." "He's not just any child," Diana insisted. "Show them, Harry." Harry looked up at her, uncertain. "Show them what?" "Your scar," Diana said. "And tell them what you told me about the night your parents died." Hesitantly, Harry pushed back his unruly hair to reveal the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "I don't remember much," he said, his voice small but clear in the tense silence. "There was a green light, and my mum screaming. The wizards who came to Privet Drive seemed to know who I was. My aunt said a dark wizard killed my parents but couldn't kill me. That's how I got this." One of the older Amazons stepped forward, her eyes sharp with interest. "A cursed scar," she said, studying Harry's forehead. "Antiope, come look at this." Another warrior approached, this one battle-scarred and formidable, with keen eyes that reminded Harry of a hawk. She examined the scar without touching it, then nodded gravely. "Dark magic," she confirmed. "Very dark. And yet the boy lives." She looked at Harry with new respect. "What is your name again, child?" "Harry Potter, ma'am." "He speaks well for one raised by savages," Antiope commented to Diana. "He was not always with the family I found him with," Diana explained. "His first year was with his parents, who, from what I gather, were respected in their magical community. Hippolyta had been watching this exchange with measured consideration. The council must discuss this, she finally declared. Diana, you and the boy will wait in the temple of Athena while we deliberate. Diana bowed her head in acknowledgement. As you wish, mother. She placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Come, Harry. As they walked away from the landing platform, Harry whispered, did that go well or badly? I couldn't tell. Diana's lips quirked in a small smile. Better than I expected, actually. They're considering rather than refusing outright. The one called Antiope, she seemed interested in my scar. Antiope is our greatest general and my personal mentor, Diana explained as they followed a winding path up the cliffside. She's also extremely knowledgeable about battle magic. If she's interested, it means she sees something significant in your magical signature. Harry processed this as they approached a magnificent structure, a temple of white marble with soaring columns and intricate friezes depicting armored women in battle. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of incense. A massive statue of a helmeted woman holding a spear dominated the central chamber. Athena, Diana explained, seeing Harry's awestruck expression. Goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. One of our principal patrons. Harry nodded, suddenly overwhelmed by the reality of his situation. Less than a day ago, he'd been locked in a cupboard, dreading Uncle Vernon's next outburst. Now he stood in an ancient temple on a mythical island, surrounded by warrior women who might or might not allow him to stay. What if they say no? He asked quietly. Diana sat on a stone bench and patted the space beside her. When Harry joined her, she looked him directly in the eyes. Then we'll find another solution, she promised. But I won't take you back to the Dursleys, Harry. No matter what the council decides, that part of your life is over. Harry nodded, relief washing over him. Thank you. They sat in companionable silence for a while, Harry taking in the temple's details while Diana seemed lost in thought. Eventually, the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber. Antiope entered, her expression unreadable. The council has reached a decision, she announced. You are both summoned. Harry stood, his heart pounding. Diana rose beside him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Remember, she murmured. Respectful but not fearful. The council chamber was a circular room with tiered seating, reminiscent of ancient Greek amphitheaters. Amazon representatives from various guilds and military divisions occupied the seats, with Hippolyta on a slightly elevated throne. Diana guided Harry to the center of the chamber, where they stood facing the queen. Diana, Princess of Themyscira, Hippolyta began formally. You have brought a male child to our shores, knowing this violates our ancient laws. Do you stand by this decision? I do, Mother, Diana replied without hesitation. Harry Potter's situation is exceptional. He possesses powerful magic he cannot control without guidance. He was being mistreated by those who should have protected him. I believe the gods guided me to him. Hippolyta's expression remained stern. And you, Harry Potter? Do you understand where you are? Do you understand what Diana has risked by bringing you here? Harry swallowed hard. I'm not sure I understand everything, Your Majesty. But I know Diana saved me, and I know this is a place where women warriors have lived apart from the rest of the world for a very long time. I promise I won't cause trouble. A few Amazons exchanged glances, seemingly surprised by his articulate response. Fine words, said one council member skeptically, but he is still male. Our isolation from the world of men is what has preserved our society. One exception could lead to many. He is a child, countered another, older Amazon. Not yet a man. The ancient texts speak of the innocence of male children before the world corrupts them. And what happens when he grows? Asked the first. When boyhood gives way to manhood? Do we send him away then, after years of training and knowledge of our ways? The debate continued, with various council members raising points for and against Harry's presence. Throughout it all, Harry stood as tall as he could, trying not to fidget despite his exhaustion and hunger. Finally, Antiope stepped forward. "I have examined the boy's scar," she announced. "It bears the mark of a killing curse, the darkest of magics. Yet he survived. This is not merely unusual, it is unprecedented." A murmur ran through the assembly. Further, Antiope continued, "I sense that his magic, while different from our own, has certain, compatible qualities. It resonates with Themysciran energy in a way I've not witnessed before." Hippolyta leaned forward, her interest clearly piqued. "What are you suggesting, General?" "I suggest," Antiope said carefully, "a trial period. Let the boy remain under strict conditions. Let him train in our ways, while we study his magic. If he proves worthy and his presence brings no harm, perhaps the gods have sent him to us for a reason." The council chamber erupted in discussion, with Amazons arguing passionately on both sides. Hippolyta raised a hand, and immediate silence fell. "I have heard the arguments," she said. "And while tradition demands caution, wisdom requires adaptability." She fixed her gaze on Harry. "Harry Potter, step forward." Diana gave Harry a gentle nudge. He approached the throne, his legs trembling slightly. "I sense no malice in you," Hippolyta said, studying him intently. "Only confusion, fear, and a desire to belong. These are not male traits, but human ones." She straightened. "You may remain on Themyscira, provisionally. Under these conditions, you will train in our ways. You will learn our history and respect our traditions. You will be under Diana's direct supervision at all times. And you will undergo a formal assessment after one full lunar cycle." Harry bowed awkwardly, unsure of the proper protocol but wanting to show respect. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I promise to work hard and learn everything I can." Hippolyta's stern expression softened almost imperceptibly. "See that you do, Harry Potter." Council dismissed. As the Amazons filed out, some casting curious or wary glances at Harry, Diana approached her mother. "Thank you," she said quietly. Hippolyta rose from her throne. "Do not thank me yet, daughter. You have taken responsibility for this child. His actions will reflect on you." "I understand," Diana assured her. "Do you?" Hippolyta asked sharply. "He carries dark magic, Diana. Magic even he does not understand. There may be consequences none of us can foresee. All the more reason for him to be here," Diana argued. "Where better to learn control than among those who have mastered magical disciplines for millennia?" Hippolyta sighed. "Always so certain." She looked at Harry, who was staring in wonder at a mural depicting Amazon warriors battling alongside Greek heroes. "He is, not what I expected." "Nor I," Diana admitted. "But I believe there is greatness in him, waiting to be nurtured." "We shall see," Hippolyta said, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "Take him to the healing chambers first. I want our physicians to examine him thoroughly, especially that scar. Then see that he's fed and rested. Training begins at dawn tomorrow." Diana nodded. "Yes, mother." As Hippolyta departed, Diana returned to Harry's side. "Well, you've survived your first encounter with Amazon politics." Harry gave her a tired smile. "They're scary. But amazing too." Diana laughed. "An accurate assessment. Come, we have much to do before you can rest." The next few hours passed in a blur for Harry. The healing chambers were unlike any hospital he'd ever seen, open-air pavilions with herbs hanging from the rafters and healing pools fed by mineral springs. The Amazon physicians examined him with a combination of hands-on assessment and strange instruments that hummed when passed over his body. "Malnourished," declared the chief physician, a stern woman named Epione. "Vitamin deficiencies. Minor bone damage suggesting untreated fractures that healed improperly." Her expression darkened. These mortals who kept him, they should face Amazon justice. They will face their own justice in time, Diana assured her. For now, our priority is Harry's recovery. Epione nodded grimly. We'll begin a regimen of healing tonics and specialized nutrition immediately. The physical damage can be repaired. She touched Harry's scar gently. This, however, is beyond my expertise. It contains magic foreign to our ways. Can you tell anything about it? Diana asked. Epione frowned. It's connected to him, but also separate. Like a parasite, but not quite. It doesn't seem to be causing harm currently, but I would watch it closely. She looked at Harry directly. Does it ever hurt, child? Harry considered this. Sometimes I get headaches right around it. Usually when I have nightmares about green light. Diana and Epione exchanged concerned glances. Green light, Epione repeated. The killing curse, as Antiope suggested. You're fortunate to be alive, young one. Harry had heard this before, but somehow it carried more weight coming from this ancient healer. Why did I survive when no one else has? That, said Epione, is a mystery worth solving. But not today. She handed Harry a cup containing a sweet-smelling liquid. Drink this. All of it. Harry obeyed, surprised by the pleasant taste, like honey and herbs with a hint of something tangy. Almost immediately, a warm sensation spread through his body, and he felt more alert despite his exhaustion. A restoration tonic, Epione explained. You'll have one with each meal for the next month. From the healing chambers, Diana took Harry to the baths, massive pools of steaming water where he was instructed to wash away the miasma of the outside world before entering the living quarters. Diana waited outside while attendants helped Harry navigate the unfamiliar bathing rituals. Clean, dressed in a simple tunic and sandals that had been provided, and feeling better than he could ever remember, Harry rejoined Diana, who led him to her personal quarters, a spacious dwelling built into the side of a cliff, overlooking the sea. You'll stay here with me, she explained, showing him to a small but comfortable room adjacent to her own. At least until the trial period ends and more permanent arrangements can be made. Harry sat on the bed, a proper bed, not a cot or a mattress in a cupboard, and felt overwhelmed again. This is all so much, he said. Yesterday I was just Harry, the freak under the stairs. Now I'm on a magical island full of warrior women who are deciding if I'm worthy to stay. Diana sat beside him. Change is always disorienting, especially when it comes suddenly. But you're handling it remarkably well. I still don't understand why you chose me, Harry admitted. Out of all the kids in the world who need help, why me? Diana considered this. The easiest answer is that the magical disturbance led me to you specifically. But I think there's more to it than that. She touched his scar gently. You survived something that should have killed you, Harry. That kind of magic leaves a mark beyond the physical. I believe you have a destiny, one that requires proper training and guidance. Before Harry could respond, a gong sounded in the distance. The evening meal, Diana explained, standing. You must be starving. Harry realized he was, in fact, ravenous. He followed Diana to a large open-air dining pavilion where dozens of Amazons were gathering. Their arrival caused a momentary lull in conversation, all eyes turning to assess the male child in their midst. Diana led Harry to a table where Antiope sat with several other warriors. May we join you, Aunt? Antiope nodded, making room. The boy should eat well tonight. Tomorrow will test his endurance. Food was served, simple but delicious dishes of fish, olives, fresh bread, and fruits Harry had never seen before. Despite his hunger, he remembered his manners, taking small bites and trying not to stare at the Amazons around him, though their beauty and strength were impressive. As the meal progressed, the initial tension eased slightly. The Amazons at their table began to converse normally, occasionally including Diana in their discussions of training regimens and patrol schedules. Harry listened quietly, trying to absorb as much as he could about this new world. After the meal, a younger Amazon approached their table, looking at Harry with open curiosity. "Is it true you survived a killing curse?" she asked bluntly. "Adrastea," Antiope warned. "Mind your manners." "It's okay," Harry said quickly. "And yes, apparently I did, though I don't remember much about it." Adrastea, who appeared to be in her late teens, though Harry would later learn that Amazon aging worked differently, studied him with intense interest. "And you can perform magic? Wizard magic?" Harry nodded. "Sometimes. I can't really control it yet." "Show us," challenged another young Amazon who had joined them. Diana intervened. "Harry's magic is currently untrained. It manifests primarily when he's under stress or experiencing strong emotions." "That's not entirely true," Harry said quietly. "Sometimes I can make things happen if I really focus." He looked around the table. "Is there something small I could try to move? Something that won't cause problems if I mess up?" Adrastea placed an olive pit on the table. "Move this." Harry stared at the pit, concentrating hard. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, just as the young Amazons began to look disappointed, the pit trembled slightly and rolled about an inch across the table. It wasn't much, but the Amazons reacted with surprise and renewed interest. "His magic operates differently from ours," Antiope observed. "No incantation, no focus object. Wizards usually use wands," Harry explained, remembering the ones the wizards at Privet Drive had carried. "But I don't have one." "Perhaps that's for the best, for now," Diana said. "You'll learn our magical disciplines first: control, meditation, channeling energy. The specific applications can come later." As the evening wore on, Harry found himself fighting to keep his eyes open. Diana noticed his exhaustion and stood. "Time for rest," she announced. "Harry has had a long journey, and training begins early." They said their goodbyes and returned to Diana's quarters. Harry barely made it through his evening ablutions before collapsing onto his bed, the events of the day catching up with him all at once. "Sleep well, Harry Potter," Diana said softly from the doorway. "Tomorrow your new life begins in earnest." "Diana?" Harry murmured, already half asleep. "Thank you for believing in me." Diana smiled. "You're welcome. Now rest." As she closed his door partway, leaving it slightly ajar in case he needed anything in the night, Diana reflected on the path that had led them both to this moment. She had gone to London expecting to find the source of a magical disturbance. Instead, she had found a child with extraordinary potential and a heart still open despite years of mistreatment. The Amazons had protected and trained daughters for millennia. Now, for the first time, they would train a son. Diana wasn't naive enough to think it would be easy, but as she listened to Harry's peaceful breathing from the next room, she felt certain it was right. Harry's first night on Themyscira passed peacefully, with no nightmares of green light or echoing screams. Instead, he dreamt of flying over an island paradise, free and powerful, with a family of warriors who accepted him just as he was. Dawn came too quickly, heralded by the sound of a horn that jolted Harry awake. He fumbled for his glasses, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Then memory returned: the rescue, the flight, the island, the Amazons. He dressed quickly in the training clothes that had been left for him, a light tunic and loose pants, with sturdy sandals that laced up his calves. When he emerged from his room, Diana was waiting, already dressed in similar attire. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. Harry nodded. "Better than I can remember." "Good. You'll need your strength today." She handed him a small cup containing the restoration tonic Epione had prescribed, along with a piece of fruit and a chunk of bread. "A light breakfast now. We'll eat properly after morning training." They walked together to a training ground where dozens of Amazons were already assembled, performing warm-up exercises with fluid grace. Antiope stood at the center, calling out instructions in a language Harry didn't understand. "What are they speaking?" he whispered to Diana. "Ancient Greek," she replied. You'll learn it in time. For now, I'll translate when necessary. Antiope spotted them and approached. The boy joins us for training. So soon. The queen ordered training to begin at dawn, Diana reminded her. And Harry is eager to learn. Antiope studied Harry appraisingly. Very well. We'll start with basics. Can he run? Harry straightened. Yes, ma'am. I'm quite fast, actually. Had to be, to get away from my cousin and his friends. A flash of something, anger, perhaps, or respect, crossed Antiope's face. Show me. 3 laps around the training ground. Go. Harry took off without hesitation, grateful for something familiar. Running had indeed been essential to surviving Dudley's Harry hunting games, and he'd developed considerable speed for his age. The training ground was large, but Harry paced himself, completing the 3 laps without stopping, though he was breathing hard by the end. Antiope nodded, satisfied. Not bad. His form needs work, but he has natural speed. Next, let's see his strength. The morning continued with assessments of Harry's physical capabilities. He was small and undernourished, but Antiope noted his quick reflexes and good balance. After physical evaluation came basic stance training, the foundations of Amazon combat posture. Stand like this, Diana demonstrated, feet shoulder-width apart, weight centered, spine straight but not rigid. From a proper stance comes all power and movement. Harry mimicked her position, focusing intently on getting it right. Antiope circled him, making small adjustments to his posture. Better, she said finally. Now hold it for 100 heartbeats. By mid-morning, Harry's muscles were burning with the effort of maintaining various stances and performing basic movement drills. Just when he thought he couldn't continue, Antiope called a break. Water, she instructed, pointing to a fountain at the edge of the training ground. Then we begin weapons assessment. Harry limped to the fountain, every muscle protesting. As he drank gratefully from the cool water, he became aware of being watched. A group of young Amazons, trainees not much older than himself in appearance, were observing him with undisguised curiosity. One of them, a girl with fierce eyes and a challenging stance, approached. You're the wizard boy, she stated. Harry wiped his mouth. I'm Harry. I'm Ronnie, she replied. Why are you training with us? Because Diana brought me here, Harry said, unsure what else to say. Ronnie frowned. Boys don't become Amazons. I don't think I'm trying to become an Amazon, Harry clarified. I'm just trying to learn. Another young trainee joined them. My mother says he survived a death curse, she told Ronnie. That's why his head is marked. Harry's hand went automatically to his scar. It's true, but I don't remember it. Ronnie's expression remained skeptical. Magic is nothing without warrior skills to back it up. Can you even lift a sword? Before Harry could respond, Diana called him back to the training area. He nodded politely to the young Amazons and jogged back, aware of their eyes following him. Make some friends? Diana asked with a knowing smile. Harry shrugged. Not sure. They're curious, but I don't think they're impressed. Give them time, Diana advised. Amazons respect skill and heart above all. Show them both, and friendship will follow. The weapons assessment was humbling. Harry had never held a sword before, and the training blade Antiope gave him felt impossibly heavy and awkward in his hands. His attempts to perform even basic movements with it earned him critical corrections from both Diana and Antiope. His arms lack strength, Antiope observed to Diana, as if Harry weren't present. But his hands are quick. Perhaps start with a dagger or short sword. A smaller weapon was produced, which Harry found somewhat more manageable. By the time the midday meal was called, he had mastered exactly one move, a simple guard position that Antiope deemed barely adequate. Lunch was served outdoors, with trainees and instructors eating together in the shade of olive trees. Harry sat with Diana, too exhausted to feel self-conscious about the curious look still directed his way. "You did well this morning," Diana told him as they ate. Harry looked at her incredulously. "I was terrible." "You were a beginner," Diana corrected. "There's no shame in that. What matters is that you didn't give up, even when it was difficult." After lunch came a different kind of training. Diana led Harry to a quiet glade where a circle of stones marked a meditation area. "Physical training is only half of Amazon preparation," she explained. "The other half is spiritual and magical. Here, we'll begin to address those uncontrolled magical outbursts of yours." Harry sat cross-legged in the center of the stone circle, following Diana's instructions. "Close your eyes," she guided. "Breathe slowly. Feel the air entering and leaving your body. Now, reach deeper, feel the energy that flows through all living things." Harry tried, but his mind kept wandering to the morning's training, to the Dursleys, to the wizards who had tried to stop them from leaving. After several failed attempts, he opened his eyes in frustration. "I can't do it," he admitted. "I can't feel anything special." Diana was patient. "It takes practice. Try again, but this time, I want you to remember a moment when you felt your magic activate. Not in fear or anger, but in wonder or joy." Harry closed his eyes again, searching his memories. There weren't many joyful moments at the Dursleys, but he recalled one time when he'd been locked in his cupboard for days. He'd been so lonely and bored that he'd wished desperately for some light, and suddenly, a tiny glowing orb had appeared, hovering above his hand. It had lasted only minutes before flickering out, but in that moment, he'd felt connected to something larger than himself. As he focused on that memory, Harry felt a subtle warmth in his chest, spreading outward to his limbs. "I feel something," he whispered. Like sunshine inside." "Good," Diana encouraged. "That's your magical core, the source of your power. Hold on to that feeling. Become familiar with it." For the rest of the afternoon, they practiced accessing that inner energy, Diana guiding Harry through increasingly complex visualization exercises. By the end of the session, Harry could reliably find and hold the warm sensation for several minutes at a time. "Excellent progress," Diana praised as they walked back toward the main settlement. "With regular practice, you'll gain conscious control over your magic. Then we can work on directing it purposefully, rather than having it burst out in response to emotion." Harry nodded, simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. "Does Amazon magic work the same way?" "Similar in some ways, different in others," Diana explained. "Our magic comes from our connection to the gods and to Themyscira itself. Yours seems more innate. Personal." As they approached Diana's quarters, they were intercepted by a messenger. "Princess," the Amazon said formally. "The Queen requests your presence. Both of you." Diana exchanged a glance with Harry. "Did she say why?" "Only that it concerns the boy's magical signature. Epione has completed her analysis." They followed the messenger to the royal quarters, where they found Hippolyta in discussion with Epione and several other Amazons Harry hadn't met before. The conversation ceased when they entered. "Ah, Diana." "Harry," Hippolyta acknowledged. "Epione has shared some interesting findings about young Potter's magical condition." Harry felt a flutter of anxiety. "Is something wrong with me?" Epione shook her head. "Not wrong, exactly. But unusual. The magical energy surrounding your scar, it's not fully integrated with your own magical signature. It's almost as if it belongs to someone else," finished one of the other Amazons, an elderly woman with eyes like polished obsidian. "I am Cleo, keeper of histories," she introduced herself to Harry. "And I've seen this pattern before, in ancient texts describing magical parasites." Harry's hand flew to his scar. "There's something living in my head." "Not precisely living," Cleo clarified. More like, an echo. A fragment of another's magical signature, bound to you through violence and dark ritual. Diana moved protectively closer to Harry. Can it be removed? Epione and Cleo exchanged glances. Potentially, Epione said cautiously. But it would require extensive research and preparation. This is ancient, dangerous magic we're dealing with. In the meantime, Hippolyta interjected, what risk does it pose to Harry? To Themyscira? Minimal, I believe, Epione replied. It appears dormant, contained by Harry's own magical protections. Those headaches he mentioned are likely the result of the two magics interacting, but there's no indication of active harm. Harry processed this information slowly. So, I've been carrying a piece of the dark wizard who killed my parents. All this time. The compassion in Diana's eyes as she knelt beside him was almost unbearable. It appears so, Harry. But remember, it doesn't define you. You've contained it all these years without even knowing it. That speaks to your strength. Hippolyta studied Harry with new interest. Indeed. Most grown wizards would have been consumed by such a fragment long ago. She turned to Epione. Begin your research immediately. Consult the ancient texts. Find a way to extract this parasite safely. Yes, my queen, Epione bowed. And you, Hippolyta addressed Harry directly, will continue training. If you are to face this darkness, whether now or in the future, you must be prepared. Harry straightened, determined not to show fear despite the churning in his stomach. I understand, Your Majesty. I'll train harder. A ghost of a smile touched Hippolyta's lips. Good. You are dismissed. As they left the royal quarters, Harry was quiet, lost in thought. Diana respected his silence until they reached a scenic overlook where the setting sun painted the sea in brilliant oranges and pinks. It's a lot to take in, she acknowledged. Finding out you carry a fragment of your parents' murderer. Harry nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon. I always knew I was different. Freakish, as Uncle Vernon said. Now I know why. No, Diana said firmly. This fragment doesn't make you a freak, Harry. If anything, the fact that you've contained it shows how extraordinary you truly are. She turned him gently to face her. Many children would have been broken by what you've endured, the loss of your parents, the abuse from your relatives, and now this revelation. Yet here you stand, still kind, still eager to learn, still fighting. Harry blinked back sudden tears. I'm scared, he admitted. What if they can't remove it? What if it takes over someday? Then we'll face that challenge together, Diana promised. But know this, Harry Potter, you are stronger than any darkness someone else placed upon you. I saw that strength the moment I found you, and every Amazon who has met you has seen it too, whether they admit it or not. Harry managed a small smile, drawing comfort from her certainty. Now, Diana continued, rising to her feet, dinner awaits, and tomorrow brings more training. One step at a time, yes. One step at a time, Harry agreed, following her back toward the dining pavilion. That night, as Harry drifted toward sleep, he found himself strangely unburdened despite the day's revelations. The scar on his forehead had always been a mystery, now, at least, he understood its origin. And more importantly, he was surrounded by warriors who faced dangers head-on, who believed in training and preparation rather than fear and avoidance. For perhaps the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt truly safe. The days that followed established a rhythm. Mornings were dedicated to physical training, running, swimming, basic combat forms. Harry's body, nourished properly for the first time in years and strengthened by Epione's tonics, began to respond quickly to the regimen. Though still small for his age, his movements became more coordinated, his stamina improved, and the constant ache of malnutrition faded. Afternoons focused on mental and magical discipline. Diana taught Harry meditation techniques to access and control his inner energy. Cleo introduced him to Amazon history and magical theory. Epione continued monitoring his health and researching methods to remove the magical fragment in his scar. In the evenings, Harry joined the community meals, gradually becoming less of a curiosity and more of a familiar presence. The young trainees, led by the skeptical Ronnie, maintained a cautious distance at first. But as days passed and Harry demonstrated his commitment to training, their attitude slowly shifted from suspicion to reluctant acceptance. 1 week after his arrival, Harry experienced a breakthrough during weapons training. Antiope had moved him from basic stances to simple attack sequences with a short sword, and something finally clicked. His body remembered the movements, executing them with unexpected fluidity. Better, Antiope acknowledged after Harry completed a sequence perfectly. Much better. Your balance has improved. Coming from Antiope, this was high praise indeed. Harry couldn't suppress a grin of pride. Thank you, General. Don't get complacent, Antiope warned, but Harry caught the hint of approval in her eyes. Run the sequence again, faster this time. By the end of the second week, Harry had settled into his new life with surprising ease. His nightmares had all but disappeared, and his accidental magic outbursts had decreased significantly as he gained conscious control of his energy. One afternoon, during a rare free period, Harry wandered to a quiet beach on the eastern side of the island. He sat on the warm sand, practicing the meditation exercises Diana had taught him. With his eyes closed and his breathing steady, he reached for the warm core of energy within himself. This time, instead of simply holding the sensation, he tried to direct it. Focusing on his palm, Harry visualized the energy flowing down his arm and gathering in his hand, just as he had once done unconsciously in his cupboard. To his amazement, when he opened his eyes, a small sphere of light hovered above his outstretched palm, glowing softly in the sunlight. I did it, he whispered, hardly daring to breathe lest the light vanish. Impressive, came a voice from behind him. Harry startled, and the light winked out. He turned to find Ronnie standing a few paces away, watching with undisguised interest. Sorry, he apologized, scrambling to his feet. I was just practicing. Ronnie approached, her expression thoughtful. You created light without fire. Without tools. Harry nodded. It's how my magic works, I think. Diana's been helping me learn to control it. Show me again, Ronnie demanded, but there was no hostility in her tone, only curiosity. Harry hesitated, then closed his eyes again, focusing on recreating the light. It took longer this time, his concentration broken by Ronnie's scrutiny, but eventually the warm sphere reappeared, hovering steadily above his palm. Ronnie circled him, studying the light from different angles. Can you make it move? Harry hadn't tried that before. Keeping his focus steady, he visualized the light rising from his palm. To his delight, it obeyed, floating upward until it hung at eye level between them. Ronnie's eyes widened slightly. Can you make it change color? Another challenge. Harry furrowed his brow, concentrating on the image of blue light. Gradually, the sphere shifted from golden to a deep sapphire blue, casting cool shadows across their faces. Now that, Ronnie admitted, is impressive. The compliment, coming from the most skeptical of the young Amazons, meant more to Harry than he would have expected. His concentration broke, and the light faded away. Thanks, he said, suddenly shy. I'm still learning. Ronnie nodded. As are we all. She hesitated, then added, some of us are practicing archery tomorrow at dawn, before regular training. You could join. If you wanted. It was clearly an olive branch. Harry smiled. I'd like that. By the time Harry's 1-month assessment arrived, he had made remarkable progress. Physically, he had gained weight and muscle tone. His reflexes had sharpened, and he could now handle several basic weapons with reasonable competence. Magically, he had learned to access his core energy at will and perform simple manipulations, creating light, moving small objects, enhancing his jumps with brief bursts of power. More significantly, he had begun to find his place within the Amazon community. The young trainees now included him in their free-time activities. Several of the master artisans had taken an interest in his unique magic and invited him to observe their work. Even Hippolyta had started acknowledging him with brief nods when they passed in the corridors. On the morning of the assessment, Harry woke before dawn, his stomach tight with nervous anticipation. Diana found him already dressed and practicing sword forms in the small courtyard attached to their quarters. "You should be resting," she chided gently. "Conserving your strength." Harry lowered the wooden practice sword. "Couldn't sleep. Too nervous." Diana smiled understandingly. "That's natural. But remember, this assessment isn't about perfection. It's about progress and potential. What if they decide I can't stay?" Harry asked, voicing the fear that had lingered despite his integration into island life. "Then we adjust our plans," Diana said pragmatically. "But I don't think that will happen. You've impressed more people than you realize, Harry." The assessment took place in the Grand Arena, a circular stone amphitheater where Amazons had demonstrated their skills for thousands of years. The entire council was present, along with training masters and a sizable crowd of curious onlookers. Hippolyta presided from a raised dais, with Diana and Antiope flanking her. "Harry Potter," she began, her voice carrying easily through the arena. "One moon cycle ago, you were brought to Themyscira against our ancient customs. You were granted provisional acceptance, contingent upon this day's evaluation. Are you prepared to show what you have learned?" Harry stood in the center of the arena, trying to control his racing heart. "I am, Your Majesty." "Then let us begin. General Antiope will assess your physical progress." Antiope stepped forward, her face impassive. "Demonstrate the first form, with short sword." Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as Diana had taught him. Then he began the sequence of moves he had practiced countless times over the past month: guard positions, strikes, blocks, and footwork combined in a flowing pattern designed to showcase foundational combat skills. He executed the form without error, his movements sure and controlled. When he finished, returning to the starting position with a formal salute, there was a murmur of approval from the watching Amazons. Antiope nodded. "Now, demonstrate adaptability. Ronnie, join him." Harry's heart jumped as Ronnie entered the arena, carrying a wooden staff. They had practiced together a few times, but never formally. "You will defend against Ronnie's attacks using the techniques you have learned," Antiope instructed. "This is not a contest, but a demonstration of applied skills." Ronnie took position opposite Harry, her expression serious but her eyes conveying a silent message: "Do your best. I won't hold back." At Antiope's signal, Ronnie attacked, her staff whirling in patterns Harry had seen the older Amazons practice. He responded with the defensive techniques he had learned, blocking, evading, using his smaller size and quickness to avoid the longer weapon. Ronnie pressed him hard, clearly determined to make this a legitimate test. Harry found himself forced to combine movements in ways he hadn't specifically practiced, adapting to each new attack pattern. When Ronnie swept her staff low, targeting his legs, Harry instinctively channeled a small burst of magical energy into his jump, clearing the staff easily and landing with perfect balance. A gasp went through the arena. Harry hadn't planned to use magic, it had simply happened in the moment of need. He braced for a rebuke, but instead, Antiope raised her hand, ending the demonstration. "Well done, both of you," she said. "Harry shows promising physical development and, more importantly, the ability to integrate his natural talents with our training methods." Hippolyta nodded thoughtfully. "Next, Cleo will assess his mental and historical knowledge." The elderly historian stepped forward, her ancient eyes bright with intelligence. "Harry Potter, explain the founding of Themyscira and its relationship to the gods." Harry took a steadying breath, grateful for the hours spent in Cleo's library. He recounted the story of the Amazons' creation, their early trials, and their eventual settlement on Themyscira under the protection of the Olympian gods. He was careful to use the correct terms and names, knowing how particular Cleo was about historical accuracy. When he finished, Cleo nodded approvingly. "And what have you learned about the intersection of Amazon magic and your own wizarding abilities?" This was a more complex question. Harry organized his thoughts before responding. "Amazon magic draws from the collective energy of Themyscira and the blessing of the gods," he began. "It's often channeled through crafted objects or specific rituals. Wizarding magic, at least mine, seems more internally generated and can be directed through focused will, though traditionally wizards use wands to help channel and control it." He paused. I think they're different expressions of the same fundamental energy, like different languages describing the same world." Cleo's weathered face broke into a rare smile. "Eloquently put, young one. You have listened well." The final assessment came from Epione, who reported on Harry's physical recovery and magical development. "The boy's health has improved dramatically," she announced. "The damage from years of neglect is healing well. More significantly, his magical control has advanced beyond our expectations. He can now access his core energy at will and perform intentional manipulations without the emotional triggers that previously caused uncontrolled outbursts." She paused, glancing at Harry. "Regarding the magical fragment in his scar, it remains contained and appears to be weakening slightly as Harry's own magical signature strengthens. Our research continues, but I believe separation may be possible within another year of preparation." Hippolyta absorbed all this information silently, her expression giving nothing away. Finally, she addressed Harry directly. "Harry Potter, step forward." Harry approached the dais, his heart pounding. "You have shown remarkable adaptation to Amazon ways," Hippolyta stated. "Your progress in physical training, magical control, and cultural integration exceeds what many believed possible." She surveyed the assembled council. "Are there any who wish to speak before judgment is rendered?" An older Amazon whom Harry recognized as a senior weapons master rose. "I wish to speak, my queen." Hippolyta nodded permission. "When the boy first arrived, I was among those most strongly opposed to his presence," the weapons master admitted. "I feared he would disrupt our ways and bring the corruption of the outside world to our shores." She paused. "I was mistaken. Harry Potter has shown nothing but respect for our traditions. He trains with dedication, studies with diligence, and conducts himself with honor. His presence has not weakened us, indeed, I believe the unique perspective he brings may ultimately strengthen Themyscira." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Hippolyta raised a hand for silence. "Does anyone speak against the boy's continued presence?" The arena remained quiet. Hippolyta rose to her feet. "Harry Potter, the council finds your progress satisfactory and your presence no threat to Themyscira. You are hereby granted extended sanctuary among the Amazons, with all the responsibilities and privileges that entails." Relief washed over Harry so powerfully his knees nearly buckled. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I promise to continue working hard and honoring Amazon ways." Hippolyta's stern face softened slightly. "See that you do." She turned to Diana. "He will remain under your guidance, daughter. Continue his training according to the program you have established." Diana nodded, her pride evident. "Yes, mother." As the assembly dispersed, Amazons approached Harry with congratulations and, in some cases, apologies for initial doubts. Ronnie punched his shoulder lightly. "Not bad for a boy," she teased, but her smile was genuine. Later, as Harry and Diana walked along the cliffs overlooking the sea, Harry finally felt the full impact of what had occurred. "I can stay," he said wonderingly. "This can really be my home." Diana smiled. "It already is your home, Harry. Today just made it official." Harry stopped, turning to face her. "Thank you," he said earnestly. "For finding me. For bringing me here. For believing I could do this." Diana knelt to his level, her hands on his shoulders. "You did this, Harry. Your courage, your determination, your open heart, these are what earned you a place here. I simply provided the opportunity. Harry shook his head. You gave me more than that. You gave me a family. Diana's eyes shone with emotion. She pulled him into a hug, which Harry returned fiercely. When they finally separated, both were blinking back tears. Come, Diana said, rising. There's a celebration feast tonight in your honor. And tomorrow, we begin the next phase of your training. What's that? Harry asked eagerly. Diana smiled mysteriously. You've mastered basic control of your magic. Now it's time to learn how to truly wield it, Amazon style. Harry grinned, excitement replacing the last remnants of his nervousness. I'm ready. As they walked back toward the city, the setting sun bathed Themyscira in golden light. Harry Potter, once the unwanted boy under the stairs, strode confidently beside the Amazon princess, his future stretching bright before him. The scar on his forehead seemed lighter somehow, less angry against his skin. The darkness it contained had not vanished, not yet, but it no longer defined him. Here, among the Amazons, Harry was forging a new identity, one built on strength, knowledge, and belonging. And somewhere in the distance, destiny watched and waited. Chapter 2, Forged in Paradise. Dawn light filtered through the wooden shutters of Harry's room. After 6 months on Themyscira, he no longer needed the morning horn to wake him. His body knew the rhythm now: rise with the sun, train until midday, study until evening, rest and recover through the night. Harry stretched, feeling the pleasant ache in his muscles that meant growth rather than injury. At 8.5 years old, he was finally starting to fill out. Regular meals, constant physical training, and Epion's remedial tonics had worked wonders. He wasn't tall for his age yet, but the sickly, skeletal look was gone. Harry. Waters are perfect this morning, Diana called from outside. Race you to the eastern cove. Harry grinned, scrambling out of bed. Morning swims had become their ritual, a chance to talk privately before the structured training day began. He dressed quickly in a light tunic and running sandals, then darted out into the bright Mediterranean morning. Diana waited on the path, her hair pulled back in a simple braid for swimming. Sleep well? No nightmares, Harry confirmed, falling into an easy jog beside her. The nightmares had become increasingly rare, maybe once a month now instead of several times a week. They took the cliff path down to a secluded cove where the water gleamed turquoise in the morning sun. Without hesitation, Harry sprinted the last few yards and dove in, barely making a splash as his body sliced through the surface. The cool water embraced him like an old friend. When he'd first arrived on Themyscira, he'd barely been able to dog paddle. Now he moved through water with the same growing confidence he showed on land. Diana surfaced beside him, flicking water from her eyes. Your dive's improving. Antiope will be pleased. She's never pleased, Harry laughed, floating on his back. Just less disappointed. That's how you know she likes you, Diana said, matching his position. They floated side by side, watching a flock of seabirds wheel overhead. I'm practicing something new with my magic, Harry said after a comfortable silence. Want to see? Diana raised an eyebrow. Always. Harry treaded water, centering himself as he'd been taught. He closed his eyes, finding the warm core of energy inside him, now as familiar as his own heartbeat. He reached out with that energy, not toward an object this time, but toward the water itself. The sea around him began to stir, swirling gently at first, then faster. A small whirlpool formed with Harry at its center, lifting him slightly as the water spiraled upward. He opened his eyes, concentrating hard, and the whirlpool stabilized, holding him about a foot above the surface. Impressive, Diana said, swimming a circle around his liquid pedestal. How long can you maintain it? Harry's face scrunched in concentration. Not sure. It's still. The whirlpool collapsed suddenly, dropping him back into the sea with a splash. He surfaced, spitting water. Still working on it. Diana laughed. Still impressive. You're manipulating a natural element without words or tools. Most adult wizards rely heavily on their wands. Speaking of, Harry said, swimming toward shore. Io said she has something for me today. Diana followed, her expression intrigued. Did she now? The master craft woman doesn't usually take special requests. Harry climbed onto the warm sand, reaching for the small towel he'd brought. I've been helping in her forge. Pumping the bellows, sorting metals. She says I have a good eye for detail. That you do, Diana agreed, wringing water from her hair. Come, let's get back for breakfast before training. I believe Antiope has something special planned for you today as well. They jogged back to the city, arriving at the dining pavilion as the communal breakfast was being laid out. Harry was no longer a curiosity here. He moved among the Amazons with the easy familiarity of someone who belonged, greeting warriors and artisans by name, accepting good-natured teasing from the older women and challenges from the younger ones. Ronnie waved him over to the trainee table. Now that he'd been officially accepted, he usually ate with the young Amazons in training rather than with Diana. Sleep late again, Potter? Ronnie smirked as he slid onto the bench beside her. Morning swim, Harry corrected, helping himself to fresh bread and olive oil. Some of us like to start training before the official sessions. Is that what you call splashing around in the cove? Another trainee, Sarah, teased. I hear you've been spending time in Io's forge too. Getting special treatment? Harry shook his head, used to the competitive banter. Just learning different skills. You're welcome to join me there after combat training. And miss archery practice? Not likely, Ronnie said, nudging his shoulder. Her initial skepticism had evolved into a complicated friendship, part rivalry, part camaraderie. After breakfast, the trainees assembled at the main arena for morning combat instruction. Antiope stood in the center, her weathered face giving nothing away as her students formed neat lines before her. At her side stood Artemis, the tallest and possibly strongest of all the Amazon warriors, her red hair blazing in the sun. Today we evaluate progress in hand-to-hand combat, Antiope announced. Artemis will assist. First, warm-up drills. Standard sequence, begin. The trainees moved in unison through the familiar routine, stretches, then strikes, blocks, kicks, all performed with increasing speed and precision. Harry matched the others' movement for movement. Though he lacked their natural strength, months of dedicated training had developed his coordination and balance to impressive levels. After warm-ups came sparring matches. The trainees were paired off, with Artemis and Antiope circulating to observe and correct. When Harry's turn came, he was matched against Sarah, taller, stronger, and a year older. No magic, Antiope reminded him, though the warning was largely unnecessary now. Harry had learned to separate his physical training from his magical abilities, understanding that dependence on either alone created weakness. Sarah and Harry circled each other, both looking for openings. She struck first, a straight jab toward his chest. 6 months ago, the blow would have landed squarely. Now Harry twisted sideways, letting her momentum carry her forward as he hooked a foot behind her ankle. But Sarah was no novice either. She converted her forward motion into a roll, coming up behind him and sweeping her leg toward his knees. Harry jumped, but not quite high enough, her foot caught his ankle, and he stumbled. Before he could recover, Sarah was on him, seeking the leverage that would end the match. Harry fought back, using the techniques that worked best for his smaller frame, quick movements, redirection of force, targeting sensitive points that negated size advantage. The match ended in a draw when Antiope called time. Both combatants were breathing hard, sporting minor bruises that would be gone by evening. Better, Antiope told Harry. You're no longer thinking about each move separately. Your body remembers the patterns. She turned to Sarah. You underestimated his speed. Again. Won't happen a third time, Sarah promised, giving Harry a respectful nod as they moved off the sparring circle. After hand-to-hand came weapons training. Harry had progressed from the short sword to a pair of fighting daggers that complemented his quick, evasive style. He was still learning the traditional Amazon weapons, but the dual daggers felt natural in his hands, an extension of his arms rather than awkward appendages. "Potter," Artemis called as the training session wound down. "Antiope wants you for special instruction. Eastern Field, now." Harry glanced at Ronnie, who shrugged. Special instruction could mean anything from extra difficult training to some new technique Antiope thought he should learn. He jogged across the training grounds to the smaller Eastern Field, where Antiope waited with Diana and, surprisingly, Io, the master craftswoman. "There you are," Diana greeted him. "Ready for something new?" Harry nodded eagerly. "Always." Antiope's stern expression didn't change, but Harry had learned to spot the tiny crinkle at the corner of her eye that indicated approval. "Your progress in traditional combat has been satisfactory. Now it's time to address your unique advantages." Io stepped forward, holding a long wooden case. "The princess asked me to craft something special. Something that would bridge Amazon tradition and your innate abilities." Harry's heartbeat quickened as Io opened the case. Inside, nestled in soft cloth, lay two objects that made his breath catch. The first was a pair of daggers similar to those he'd been training with, but these were clearly masterworks. The bronze blades gleamed with a faint golden light, and the hilts were wrapped in leather with inlaid symbols Harry recognized from his magical theory studies with Cleo. The second item was even more surprising, a thin bronze circlet, sized to fit his head, inscribed with similar symbols. "These are training implements," Io explained, lifting one dagger carefully. "The daggers are forged with Themysciran bronze, which resonates with certain magical frequencies. The circlet is designed to help you focus your mental energies without restricting them." Harry looked from the beautiful objects to Diana, then Antiope, then Io. "I don't understand. How do they work?" "That," said Antiope, "is what we're going to find out. Put them on." With reverent hands, Harry accepted the daggers, feeling an immediate warmth in his palms as he gripped them. The balance was perfect, as if they'd been an extension of his arms all along. Diana stepped behind him, placing the circlet gently on his head. It settled just above his ears, the metal cool against his skin for only a moment before warming to his body temperature. "Now," Antiope instructed, "access your magical core, as you've been practicing. But don't direct it anywhere yet. Just let it fill you." Harry closed his eyes, finding the familiar warm center of energy with practiced ease. As he connected with it, something new happened. The energy seemed to resonate with the bronze of the daggers and circlet, creating a harmonious vibration he could feel throughout his body. "Good," Diana's voice came from what seemed like far away. "Now, open your eyes and look at the target." Harry opened his eyes, blinking in the sunlight. 20 paces away stood a standard training dummy, the kind they used for weapons practice. "Strike at it," Antiope commanded. "Not physically, with your energy." Harry had never tried projecting his magic through objects before. He focused on the dummy, visualizing his energy traveling from his core, down his arms, through the daggers, and outward. Nothing happened. "You're thinking too mechanically," Diana suggested. "Don't try to direct it like a river. Feel the resonance between yourself, the bronze, and your target. They're all connected." Harry tried again, this time imagining the energy not as a flow but as a single vibrating system, himself, the weapons, the circlet, the target, all part of the same harmonic pattern. The daggers grew warmer in his hands, and he felt the circlet tighten slightly against his temples. Suddenly, twin bolts of blue-white energy shot from the tips of the daggers, striking the dummy with enough force to rock it backward on its stand. The energy dissipated in crackling arcs across the target's surface, leaving scorch marks where it had hit. Harry stared in shock, the daggers still humming in his hands. "Well," Io said, breaking the silence. "That worked better than expected." "How did I do that?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The daggers act as conduits, Diana explained. They help shape and direct your raw magical energy, similar to how wizard wands work, but built on Amazon magical principles. The circlet helps you maintain focus without draining your mental resources. Antiope was examining the dummy with professional interest. Good power, decent accuracy for a first attempt. With practice, you could become quite effective. This is just the beginning, Diana told Harry, her eyes alight with excitement. These training implements will help you develop a fighting style that integrates both magical and physical combat techniques, something neither Amazon nor wizard alone could achieve. Harry looked down at the daggers in his hands with new appreciation. Thank you, he said to Io. They're amazing. The craftswoman nodded, a rare smile touching her lips. You helped forge them, even if you didn't realize it. The days you spent in my workshop weren't just about pumping bellows. I was observing how your energy interacted with different materials. These are tuned specifically to your magical signature. Come, Antiope said briskly, breaking the moment. Now we begin the real work. Let's see what else these tools can do. The rest of the day passed in intense experimentation. Harry learned that the daggers could channel different types of magical effects depending on his intent, force, light, even a limited kind of shield when crossed in front of him. The circlet helped him maintain concentration during extended magical exertion, preventing the headaches that had previously plagued him after significant magical use. By sunset, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. He'd discovered abilities he never imagined possessing, bridging the gap between the physical combat training he'd received from the Amazons and the innate magic he'd been born with. As they walked back toward the city, Diana placed a hand on his shoulder. You did well today. It feels right, Harry admitted. Like I've been missing half of what I could do until now. Diana nodded. That's because you have been. Most young wizards are taught to separate their magical and physical development. Here, we understand their complementary aspects of the same whole. What happens next? Harry asked. Training. Practice. Refinement, Diana said simply. You've discovered the tools. Now you need to master them. Over the next months, Harry's education took on new dimensions. Mornings still focused on physical combat, with Antiope driving him and the other trainees relentlessly through increasingly complex forms and techniques. Afternoons now alternated between magical theory with Cleo and practical application with Diana, using his new implements to develop control and precision. By his 9th birthday, Harry had advanced enough to participate in his first formal Amazon training assessment, a grueling day-long series of physical, mental, and magical challenges designed to identify strengths and weaknesses in a warrior's preparation. He stood with the other young trainees in the pre-dawn light, trying not to shiver in the cool morning air. Ronnie nudged him with her elbow. Nervous, Potter? Harry shrugged, affecting nonchalance. Just another day of training. Ha! That's why you barely touched your dinner last night. Ronnie smirked, but there was encouragement behind her teasing. Just remember, even full Amazon trainees rarely pass all stations on their first assessment. The point is diagnosis, not perfection. Thanks, Harry said, genuinely appreciating the advice. Though they maintained a fierce rivalry during training, Ronnie had become something like an older sister to him, alternately supportive and mercilessly competitive. Antiope arrived, followed by Diana and several other training masters. Trainees, Antiope announced without preamble, today you will be evaluated across all disciplines of Amazon warfare. You will proceed from station to station, completing each challenge to the best of your ability. You will be scored not only on success but on judgment, adaptability, and spirit. Begin at your assigned stations. Harry was directed to start at the archery range, a discipline he found challenging despite months of practice. His size made drawing the standard bows difficult, and while his aim was improving, he lacked the consistent accuracy of the native Amazon trainees. The archery master, a stern-faced woman named Philippus, watched impassively as Harry took his position. 3 sets, 3 distances, she instructed. Begin when ready. Harry took a deep breath, knocked his first arrow, and focused. His early shots were mediocre, hitting the target but far from the center. As he progressed to longer distances, he made a decision. Instead of fighting his natural limitations, he incorporated a subtle magical assist, channeling a tiny amount of energy through the bow to stabilize his aim. The technique wasn't perfect, but his later shots clustered closer to the center. When he finished, Philippa studied his target thoughtfully. You adapted, she observed. Using your magical affinity to compensate for physical disadvantage. Clever. But it also means you've neglected proper form, relying on magic instead of developing strength. Harry nodded, accepting the critique. I'll work on both approaches. See that you do, Philippa said, making notes on a wooden tablet. Proceed to water challenges. The day continued in similar fashion, each station presenting challenges that tested different aspects of Harry's training. Swimming and diving in the cove. Scaling cliff faces. Reciting Amazon history and strategy. Identifying medicinal plants. Demonstrating weapons forms. By mid-afternoon, Harry reached the magical application station, where Diana waited alongside Cleo. This challenge has been modified for your unique abilities, Diana explained. You'll face 3 tasks that require different applications of magical energy. The first task involved lighting a series of braziers arranged in a complex pattern, but he couldn't move from his central position, forcing him to project his magic with precision over varying distances. The second required maintaining a shield against projectiles, soft training arrows fired by hidden Amazon archers from multiple directions. The third and most difficult challenge was a magical duel against Diana herself. Though she restrained her full power, she pushed Harry harder than anyone had before, forcing him to combine everything he'd learned, physical evasion, magical shields, counterattacks, all while maintaining concentration under pressure. When it ended, Harry was drenched in sweat, his magical reserves nearly depleted. Diana helped him to his feet with a proud smile. Well fought, she said. Your adaptive approach is developing nicely. You're learning to integrate rather than compartmentalize. Harry managed a tired smile. Thanks to good teachers. The final station was perhaps the most intimidating, a direct evaluation by Antiope and Hippolyta herself. Harry approached the Queen's pavilion with appropriate deference, kneeling as protocol demanded. Rise, Harry Potter, Hippolyta commanded. This final assessment concerns not skill but understanding. Tell me, what is the purpose of Amazon training? Harry had expected a physical challenge, not a philosophical question. He considered his answer carefully. To create warriors capable of defending Themyscira, he began, then paused. But also, to develop complete individuals. The training integrates body, mind, and spirit. It teaches not just how to fight, but when to fight, and what to fight for. Hippolyta's expression remained neutral, but her eyes showed interest. And how have you applied these principles to your unique situation? I'm learning to unify abilities that others treat as separate, Harry said, growing more confident. Physical combat and magical energy, Amazon techniques and wizard potential. I believe the strongest approach is one that draws from multiple traditions rather than limiting myself to a single path. An enlightened perspective, Hippolyta acknowledged. And tell me, Harry Potter, after nearly 2 years on Themyscira, do you consider yourself an Amazon? The question caught Harry off guard. He looked toward Diana, who offered no guidance, then back to Hippolyta. No, Your Majesty, he said finally. I respect and honor Amazon ways, and I'm grateful for all I've learned here. But I know I can never truly be an Amazon. I am something else. Something between worlds. A ghost of a smile touched Hippolyta's lips. Wisely answered. You understand your place without resentment or false modesty. That awareness will serve you well. The assessment concluded with a formal recognition ceremony, where each trainee's strengths and areas for improvement were publicly acknowledged. Harry was praised for his adaptability, magical integration, and tactical thinking, while being tasked with improving his raw physical strength, archery technique, and endurance. That evening, a small celebration was held at Diana's quarters. Ronnie and several other trainees attended, along with Io, who brought a special gift, a more permanent version of the training circlet, this one made of a silvery metal with more elaborate inscriptions. Adamant alloy, she explained as Harry examined it with wonder. Lighter than the bronze, but capable of channeling greater energies as your power grows. Consider it a recognition of your progress. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. For this, and for the daggers, and everything. Io nodded, unusually expressive for the normally reserved craftswoman. You have honored my work by using it well. That is thanks enough. As the evening wound down and the other guests departed, Harry found himself alone with Diana on the terrace overlooking the moonlit sea. A comfortable silence stretched between them, the kind that only exists between people who truly understand each other. I have something for you as well, Diana said finally, retrieving a package wrapped in soft cloth. Harry unwrapped it curiously to find a leather-bound journal, the cover embossed with both Amazon symbols and what he recognized as wizard runes. Open it, Diana encouraged. Inside, Harry found pages filled with neat handwriting, descriptions, diagrams, historical accounts. What is this? Information about your heritage, Diana explained. Your wizard heritage. I've been researching whenever I visit the outside world on missions. This contains everything I've learned about your parents, the magical society they came from, and the events surrounding their deaths. Harry's fingers trembled slightly as he turned the pages, catching glimpses of his mother's name, his father's achievements, details about a magical school called Hogwarts, and mentions of a dark wizard called Voldemort. He swallowed hard. Thank you. This means everything. Diana placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. You needed to know. Understanding where you come from is as important as knowing where you're going. Read it when you're ready. And ask me anything, I'll answer as best I can. Harry nodded, carefully rewrapping the precious journal. I will. Over the following days, Harry devoured the journal's contents in private moments. He learned about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where his parents had studied. About the four houses, Gryffindor, where both his parents had belonged, valuing courage and chivalry. About the wizarding war against Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters. About his parents' role in an organization called the Order of the Phoenix that had fought against the Dark Wizard's rise. Most significantly, he learned about the night they died, how Voldemort had personally come to kill Harry, how his mother had sacrificed herself to protect him, and how the killing curse had somehow rebounded, destroying Voldemort instead of Harry. The boy who lived, wizards called him. A celebrity in a world he barely remembered. Diana had included newspaper clippings, showing celebrations after Voldemort's defeat and speculating about Harry's whereabouts. The most recent articles questioned why the famous Harry Potter had never been seen in wizarding society, with some suggesting he was being raised in secret for his protection. They weren't entirely wrong, Harry reflected. One evening, as he and Diana walked along the beach after a particularly intense training session, Harry broached the subject that had been weighing on his mind. The wizarding world thinks I'll join them someday, don't they? Go to Hogwarts. Become one of them. Diana nodded. That seems to be the general expectation. According to my sources, you're already registered to attend when you turn 11. That's less than 2 years away, Harry calculated. What happens then? Will I have to leave Themyscira? Diana stopped walking, turning to face him directly. That, Harry, will be your choice to make when the time comes. You have a place here for as long as you wish. But I won't hide from you that there may be complications. What kind of complications? The wizarding world has been searching for you, Diana admitted. Discreetly at first, but with increasing urgency as your 11th birthday approaches. I've had to employ considerable Amazon magic to obscure your location from their tracking methods. Harry digested this information. They're not just going to forget about me, are they? No, Diana said frankly. You represent something important to them, hope, victory, perhaps even political capital. Some will have genuine concern for your welfare. Others may have more self-serving motives. What do you think I should do? Harry asked, valuing her opinion above all others. Diana smiled gently. I think you should continue your training, grow stronger in both body and magic, and make that decision when it comes, with complete information and from a position of strength. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. Harry nodded, reassured by her confidence in him. Then that's what I'll do. The conversation might have ended there, but fate had other plans. As they turned back toward the city, a commotion erupted near the harbor, horns blowing, Amazons running toward the water. Something's wrong, Diana said, instantly alert. Stay close. They sprinted toward the harbor, where a crowd had gathered. Hippolyta stood at the front, with Antiope at her side, both staring out to see where an impossible sight had appeared, a ship, somehow breaching the magical barriers that had concealed Themyscira for millennia. But this was no ordinary vessel. It seemed to be made of dark wood that gleamed unnaturally in the evening light, with sails that moved despite the lack of wind. A wizard ship, Diana murmured, her expression grim. Harry stared in amazement and growing unease. How did they find us? Before Diana could answer, Hippolyta turned, her eyes immediately finding Harry in the crowd. Bring him here, she commanded. Diana guided Harry forward, her hand protective on his shoulder. The gathered Amazons parted for them, many casting concerned glances at Harry. Your past has found you, it seems, Hippolyta said without preamble when Harry stood before her. The question is how they breached our barriers. I don't know, Harry said honestly. I haven't tried to contact anyone outside. Antiope's sharp eyes narrowed. Could it be the scar? The magical fragment? Epione, who had joined them, nodded gravely. Possible. If those searching for him have a magical connection to the original caster. Voldemort, Harry whispered, the pieces falling into place. If they're connected to him somehow. The ship was close enough now to make out figures on the deck, perhaps a dozen people in long robes. At the bow stood a tall, silver-bearded man in midnight blue robes, his hands raised in what appeared to be a gesture of peace. Albus Dumbledore, Diana identified him. Headmaster of Hogwarts. A powerful wizard and, according to my research, the one who placed you with the Dursleys. Harry felt a surge of complicated emotions at this revelation, curiosity about this connection to his parents' world, but also resentment toward the man who had consigned him to years of misery under his aunt and uncle's roof. What do they want? He asked, though he suspected the answer. You, Hippolyta said simply. Or at least, to know of your welfare. Perhaps to reclaim you for their world. I won't go, Harry said immediately, a note of panic in his voice. Themyscira is my home now. Diana squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. No one will force you to leave. But we should hear what they have to say. Hippolyta considered this, then nodded. Prepare a reception party. Armed, but diplomatic. Diana, since you have experience with the outside world, you will speak for us. Her eyes turned to Harry. You will remain out of sight until we determine their intentions. But, Harry began to protest. This is not negotiable, Hippolyta cut him off. Your safety is paramount, and we know too little of their capabilities or intentions. Diana will represent your interests. Though frustrated, Harry recognized the wisdom in this approach. He nodded reluctantly. Take him to the temple observatory, Hippolyta instructed one of her guards. He can observe from there without being seen. The observatory, positioned high on a cliff overlooking the harbor, offered a perfect vantage point. Harry watched through an enchanted viewing pool that magnified the scene below as the wizard ship docked and its passengers disembarked onto Themysciran soil. Dumbledore led the delegation, followed by a severe-looking witch in emerald robes whom Harry recognized from Diana's descriptions as Minerva McGonagall. Behind them came a tall black wizard with a gold earring, several other robed figures Harry didn't recognize, and, surprisingly, the giant man who had appeared at Privet Drive the day of his rescue. Hagrid, Diana had called him. The Amazon reception committee met them at the dock, spears and swords clearly visible but not directly threatening. Diana stood at the front, her stance proud and unyielding. Through the magical pool, Harry could hear their conversation as clearly as if he stood beside them. "Welcome to Themyscira," Diana said formally. "I am Diana, Princess of the Amazons. You have entered our sovereign territory uninvited. State your purpose." Dumbledore bowed respectfully. "Princess Diana. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We come in peace, seeking news of Harry Potter, whom we believe is under your protection." "Harry Potter is safe and well," Diana replied evenly. "That is all you need to know." McGonagall stepped forward. "We've been searching for him for nearly 3 years. The magical community has been deeply concerned. He is an important figure in our world." "And a child in yours," Diana countered. "A child who was being abused by the guardians your community placed him with. A child whose welfare apparently concerned you so little that regular monitoring wasn't deemed necessary." Several of the wizards shifted uncomfortably at this accusation. Hagrid looked particularly distressed. "We made mistakes," Dumbledore acknowledged, his voice heavy with what sounded like genuine regret. "Serious ones. I personally bear responsibility for placing Harry with his relatives and for not ensuring proper oversight of his care. Yet you come now seeking to, what? Take him back." Diana's tone was skeptical. "We come seeking to fulfill our responsibilities," McGonagall said firmly. "Harry Potter is entitled to an education at Hogwarts. His parents registered him at birth. Furthermore, there are circumstances that make his magical training particularly important. He is receiving exceptional magical training," Diana informed them. "Combined with physical discipline and character development that your schools apparently don't offer." The tall black wizard spoke for the first time. "May we see him? Speak with him ourselves." "That will be Harry's decision," Diana said. "Not yours, and not mine. He's just a boy," one of the other wizards protested. "He can't make such important decisions for himself." Diana's posture stiffened visibly. "He is young, yes. But he has shown wisdom beyond his years and earned the respect of Amazon warriors centuries old. We do not infantilize our children here, we teach them to think, judge, and choose." The negotiations continued for some time, growing increasingly tense as the wizards pressed for access to Harry, and the Amazons remained steadfast in protecting his autonomy. From his vantage point, Harry watched with a mixture of anxiety and pride, anxiety about what these visitors might mean for his future, pride in how fiercely Diana and the Amazons defended his right to choose that future for himself. Finally, Hippolyta herself arrived, her regal presence immediately commanding attention from both parties. "Enough circular discussion," she declared. "Here is what will happen: you will be permitted to present your case directly to Harry Potter, as is his right. He will listen, and then he will decide what information to share with you and what relationship, if any, he wishes to have with your community. You will accept his decision, whatever it may be." Dumbledore considered this, then nodded slowly. "Those terms are fair, Your Majesty." "When might this meeting occur?" "Tomorrow," Hippolyta decided. "Tonight, you will be hosted according to the laws of guest friendship, though you will remain confined to the visitor quarters. Any attempt to use magic without explicit permission will be considered hostile action." She turned to Diana. "Escort them to the foreign quarters. Post guards." As the wizards were led away, Harry sat back from the viewing pool, his mind racing. Tomorrow he would face representatives from the world his parents had belonged to, the world that, in another life, might have been his own. What would he say to them? What did he want from them, if anything? And more urgently, how had they found him? If it was indeed through the connection to Voldemort embedded in his scar, what did that mean? Was the Dark Wizard truly gone, as Diana's research suggested, or was there more to the story? That night, Harry slept fitfully, his dreams a confused jumble of images, a castle on a lake, a lightning-shaped crack spreading across Themyscira's protective dome, Diana and Dumbledore locked in magical combat, a high, cold laugh echoing from his scar. He woke before dawn, his heart racing. Rather than trying to return to sleep, he dressed and made his way to the training grounds, where he ran through combat forms with his daggers until his muscles burned and his mind cleared. That's where Diana found him as the sun rose. Preparing for battle, she asked, only half joking. Harry sheathed his daggers. Maybe. I don't know what to expect. Diana sat on a stone bench, patting the space beside her. When Harry joined her, she said, "You don't have to meet with them at all if you don't want to." "That's your right." Harry shook his head. "No, I should hear what they have to say. I have questions too. About your parents? Your heritage?" "That," Harry acknowledged, "and about how they found me. The scar connection, it worries me." Diana nodded gravely. "That concerns me as well. Epione and Cleo have been researching all night, reviewing ancient texts for any mention of magical tracking through soul fragments." "Soul fragments?" Harry repeated, alarmed. "Is that what's in my scar?" Diana hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. "It's a possibility we're exploring. The most dangerous dark magic often involves violations of the soul's integrity. The fact that Dumbledore found you despite our barriers suggests the connection is profound." This was disturbing news, but Harry appreciated Diana's honesty. He'd long since learned that she never shielded him from difficult truths, believing knowledge was always preferable to comfortable ignorance. All the more reason to hear what they have to say, he decided. Maybe they know something that could help us understand what's happening. A wise approach, Diana agreed. Just remember, whatever they tell you, whatever they offer or request, the final decision remains yours. You have a home and family here for as long as you wish. The meeting was arranged in the formal council chamber, neutral ground that belonged to neither guests nor hosts exclusively. Harry waited in an antechamber, dressed in a formal Amazon tunic that marked his status as a recognized member of the community, his daggers at his sides and his adamant circlet on his brow. These were not just weapons and tools, but symbols of his identity and achievements on Themyscira. When the chamber doors opened, Harry took a deep breath and entered with his head high, his posture reflecting years of Amazon training. He'd decided to project confidence rather than the uncertainty he felt inside. The wizards rose as he entered. Harry caught flashes of surprise on their faces. Clearly, they hadn't expected the poised, athletic young warrior who stood before them. Perhaps they'd anticipated finding the same frightened child Diana had rescued from Privet Drive. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle. "At last we meet properly. You look well." Harry studied the old wizard carefully. Tall and thin, with half-moon spectacles and a silver beard that reached his waist, Dumbledore radiated a quiet power that reminded Harry somewhat of Hippolyta, though with a more grandfatherly effect. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry acknowledged with a formal nod. "Professor McGonagall." "Hagrid." He turned to the others. "I don't believe we've met." Kingsley Shacklebolt, the tall black wizard, introduced himself. "Auror, Magical Law Enforcement. These are my colleagues Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Alastair Moody, retired Auror." "Yeah, remember me," Hagrid said, his beetle-black eyes suspiciously shiny. "I can't believe how much you've grown, Harry. Yeah, looks so much like your father, but with your mother's eyes." The personal comment caught Harry off guard, momentarily cracking his composed facade. "You knew my parents?" "Knew 'em well," Hagrid confirmed. "Good people, the best. They'd be right proud ter see ya now." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. He turned back to Dumbledore. "You've come a long way to find me. What exactly do you want?" Dumbledore gestured to the chairs arranged in a circle. "Perhaps we might all sit. This may be a lengthy conversation." Once seated, with Diana beside him and Amazon guards positioned discreetly around the chamber, Harry waited expectantly. "First and foremost," Dumbledore began, "we came to ensure your welfare. When you disappeared from your relative's home, there was great concern for your safety." "My safety," Harry repeated skeptically. "Was there similar concern when I was being locked in a cupboard? Or when Uncle Vernon was using me as a punching bag?" McGonagall flinched visibly. "We failed you, Mr. Potter. Grievously. I personally argued against placing you with those people, but I did not insist strongly enough, nor did I follow up as I should have. The responsibility is mine," Dumbledore said heavily. "I believed blood protection, magical safeguards created by your mother's sacrifice, would keep you safe from external threats. I gravely underestimated the threat from within the household itself." Harry considered this. "Diana found me because my magic was reacting to abuse. Why didn't anyone from your world detect that?" "Monitoring charms were in place," Dumbledore explained, "but they were calibrated to detect threats from dark wizards, not domestic situations. A serious oversight on my part." "One of many," Diana commented coolly. Dumbledore inclined his head, accepting the criticism. "Indeed. Which brings us to our second purpose, to discuss your magical education going forward." "I'm being educated," Harry stated. "The Amazons have taught me to control and channel my magic in ways I doubt your school could match." "Different ways, certainly," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But there are aspects of wizarding magic that require specific training only Hogwarts can provide, particularly given your unique situation." "My scar," Harry guessed, his hand rising unconsciously to his forehead. "That's how you found me, isn't it? Through whatever connection exists between me and Voldemort." Several of the wizards flinched at the name, which Harry found oddly revealing. Diana had mentioned this taboo in her research, how most wizards feared even to speak the Dark Wizard's name. "Perceptive," Dumbledore said, looking genuinely impressed. "Yes, that connection allowed us to locate you, despite the considerable magical protections surrounding this island. Which suggests the connection is more significant than we initially believed." "Is he dead?" Harry asked bluntly. "Voldemort. Your newspapers claimed he was destroyed the night he tried to kill me." An uncomfortable silence followed. Dumbledore exchanged glances with the other wizards before responding carefully. "His body was destroyed, yes. But there is evidence suggesting he is not truly gone, merely disembodied, perhaps, and greatly weakened. The connection through your scar indicates some form of continued existence." This confirmed Harry's worst fears. "So the fragment in my scar, it's keeping him anchored somehow?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose sharply. "You're aware of the nature of your scar?" "The Amazons have been studying it," Harry explained. "Our healers and historians recognized it as containing foreign magical energy, possibly a soul fragment, according to recent research." "Soul fragment," Moody repeated, his magical eye swiveling to focus intently on Harry's scar. "You mean a Horcrux?" "By all the gods, Albus, the boy can't be." "We don't know for certain," Dumbledore interrupted quickly. "And this is hardly the appropriate venue for such speculation." But Harry wasn't about to let this go. "If you know something about what's in my scar, I have a right to hear it. It's my head, after all." "Indeed it is," Dumbledore conceded after a moment. "Very well. We believe your scar contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul, unintentionally transferred to you when the killing curse rebounded. It's unprecedented, a human Horcrux, created accidentally rather than through ritual. This connection is likely why you survived, and why he did not fully die." The blunt confirmation sent a chill through Harry. He'd suspected something like this, but hearing it stated so directly made it horrifyingly real. Can it be removed? He asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. That, said Dumbledore, is one of many reasons why your magical education at Hogwarts is so important. The research and resources needed to address this situation exist primarily in the wizarding world. We've been researching too, Diana pointed out. Amazon magical traditions date back millennia and include extensive knowledge of soul magic. Which we respect, Dumbledore assured her. Indeed, a collaboration between our traditions might prove most effective. But there are prophecies involved, magical bindings specific to wizarding magic that require Harry's participation in our world. Prophecies? Harry repeated skeptically. You expect me to make life decisions based on fortune-telling? Prophecies in the magical world are not mere fortune-telling, McGonagall explained. True prophecies record destinies already in motion, branching possibilities that involve specific individuals. And one such prophecy concerns you and Voldemort, Dumbledore added. It is, in fact, why he targeted your family that night. He learned part of the prophecy and sought to prevent it from coming to pass. Harry absorbed this, his mind racing. Soul fragments, prophecies, destinies, it was a lot to take in. Yet beneath his shock lay a growing sense of clarity. The pieces of his life were falling into place, explaining both his past and the possible paths of his future. I need to know everything, he decided. The full prophecy. Everything you know about this soul fragment. Everything about Voldemort and why he targeted my family. Some of this information is sensitive, Madame Bones cautioned. There are security concerns. It's my life, Harry interrupted firmly. My parents' murder. My scar. I need to know what I'm dealing with if I'm going to make informed decisions. Diana placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. Harry's right. Withholding information at this point serves no purpose except to maintain your control over the situation. If you seek his cooperation, transparency is the minimum requirement. The wizards exchanged glances, clearly having an unspoken debate. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. Very well. But I suggest a more private conversation for these matters. Perhaps just the three of us, Harry, Princess Diana as his guardian, and myself. The other wizards looked ready to protest, but Dumbledore raised a hand. Harry deserves to hear this first, before it becomes a matter of committee debate. Afterward, we can discuss broader implications and arrangements. To Harry's surprise, the others accepted this, though not without obvious reluctance. They filed out of the chamber, leaving Harry and Diana alone with Dumbledore. Once they were gone, the old wizard's demeanor changed subtly, less the formal diplomat, more the weary keeper of difficult knowledge. The prophecy, he began without preamble, was made shortly before your birth by a seer during a job interview at Hogwarts. It stated, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened with growing unease as Dumbledore explained how this prophecy could have applied to two infants, himself or another boy named Neville Longbottom, but Voldemort's choice to target Harry had effectively fulfilled the first part, marking him as the prophesied adversary. So either I kill him, or he kills me, Harry summarized bluntly. And meanwhile, I'm walking around with a piece of his soul in my head. That is the essence of it, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Though prophecies are notoriously subject to interpretation. The power he knows not, could be many things. And the fragment in Harry's scar, Diana pressed. What do you know about removing it? Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. Conventional methods of destroying a Horcrux would destroy the vessel as well, clearly unacceptable in Harry's case. We've been researching alternatives, but you don't have a solution, Harry finished for him. Not yet, Dumbledore admitted. Though I believe one exists. Which brings us back to Hogwarts. Harry, your magical education isn't just about learning spells or fulfilling your parents' wishes. It's about preparing you for the role only you can fill, developing the skills and knowledge you'll need to face what lies ahead. Harry stood and paced the chamber, his mind working furiously. Let me make sure I understand. Voldemort isn't truly dead. He'll try to return. When he does, this prophecy suggests I'm the only one who can defeat him permanently. And I have part of his soul in my scar, which needs to be removed without killing me. An admirably succinct summary, Dumbledore said, with what might have been the ghost of a smile. Harry turned to Diana. You've always been honest with me. What do you think? Diana considered carefully before answering. I think Dumbledore is telling the truth as he understands it, though perhaps not the whole truth. She fixed the old wizard with a penetrating stare. I also think there's a reason he waited until now to find you, rather than immediately after you disappeared. Dumbledore didn't flinch under her gaze. You're quite perceptive, Princess. Yes, I made a calculated decision. When Harry vanished and the tracking charms showed he was still alive but well protected, I chose to allow him time away from the wizarding world, time to heal, to grow stronger, to develop beyond the influence of his fame and the expectations placed upon him. You knew the Amazons had him? Harry asked, surprised. I suspected, Dumbledore corrected. Princess Diana's intervention at Privet Drive was witnessed, and her magical signature is distinctive. I have encountered Amazons before, though never been privileged to visit Themyscira itself. And now? Diana pressed. Why come for him now, when he still has nearly 2 years before Hogwarts would normally begin? Because the signs of Voldemort's potential return are increasing, Dumbledore said gravely. Magical disturbances. Missing artifacts of dark power. Former followers becoming active again. And Harry's scar connection growing stronger, strong enough to pierce even Themyscira's formidable barriers. Harry touched his scar thoughtfully. It hadn't been hurting more than usual, but there had been those dreams. I need time to think about all this, he decided. To discuss it with my Amazon family and consider what's best. Of course, Dumbledore agreed readily. Take whatever time you need. Though I would respectfully suggest that visiting Hogwarts and the wizarding world, even briefly, might help inform your decision. See for yourself what we offer before deciding whether to include it in your future. Diana looked skeptical, but Harry found himself intrigued by the idea. Maybe. But not yet. First, I want your wizards to meet with our healers and historians, share everything you know about Horcruxes and this connection. If we're going to solve this, it will take both Amazon and wizard knowledge. Dumbledore nodded, looking pleased. A wise proposal. Cooperation will indeed serve us better than competition. The following days saw an unprecedented collaboration between Amazon scholars and the visiting wizards. Temporary working spaces were established where both groups could share knowledge without giving away all their respective magical secrets. Trust built slowly, but common purpose, Harry's welfare and the broader threat of Voldemort's potential return, provided sufficient motivation. Harry divided his time between continuing his training and observing the collaborative research. He was particularly fascinated by the interactions between Cleo and Professor McGonagall, who developed a grudging mutual respect despite their vastly different magical traditions. Epione and a wizard called Healer Strout conducted extensive examinations of Harry's scar, combining Amazon energy-sensing techniques with wizard diagnostic spells. Their findings confirmed what both sides had separately theorized: the scar contained a soul fragment that was both foreign to Harry and parasitically connected to him. The good news, Epione reported during one session, is that your magic has effectively contained the fragment. It's not spreading or corrupting you. The concerning news, Healer Strout added, is that the connection appears to be strengthening externally, as if something is pulling on it from the other end. Voldemort, Harry surmised. Trying to reconstitute himself. That would be my guess, Strout agreed. Which makes finding a removal method more urgent. 10 days into the wizard's visit, Harry made his decision. He requested a formal meeting with Hippolyta, Diana, and Dumbledore to announce his intentions. "I want to continue my Amazon training," he began confidently, having rehearsed this speech carefully. "Themyscira is my home, and the skills I've developed here are essential to who I am becoming. However," he turned to Dumbledore, "I also recognize the need to understand my wizarding heritage and learn the specific magical techniques that might help me face the challenges ahead." "A balanced approach," Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "What do you propose?" "I'll visit the wizarding world with Diana for short periods, to obtain a wand, learn about my parents, see Hogwarts, and contribute to the Horcrux research. But I'll maintain Themyscira as my primary residence until we've developed a way to remove the soul fragment safely." Harry turned to Hippolyta. "With your permission, Your Majesty." The Amazon Queen studied him thoughtfully. "You've considered the risks. The wizarding world knows you as a celebrity. Your privacy may be compromised." "I have," Harry confirmed. "Diana and I have discussed security measures. We'll keep visits brief and controlled. And frankly, I need to know this world if I'm ever going to navigate it effectively." Hippolyta nodded slowly. "Your reasoning is sound. Permission granted, provided Princess Diana accompanies you at all times." "Thank you, Mother," Diana said formally, though Harry could see she was pleased with his decision. "As for Hogwarts," Harry continued, "I'll consider attending when I turn 11, but only if we can arrange special accommodations. I won't abandon my physical training or Amazon magical studies." "Hogwarts has accommodated special circumstances before," Dumbledore assured him. "We can discuss specific arrangements as the time approaches." With the decision made, preparations began for Harry's first visit to Wizarding Britain. Diana insisted on extensive security planning, working with both Amazon guards and trustworthy wizard contacts to ensure Harry wouldn't be overwhelmed or endangered. The night before their departure, Harry found himself unable to sleep. He stood on the terrace of Diana's quarters, staring up at the stars and trying to quiet his racing thoughts. "Nervous?" came Ronnie's voice from below. She climbed up nimbly to join him on the terrace, having apparently spotted him while on a late training run. "A bit," Harry admitted. "I'm about to walk into a world where everyone knows my name but nobody knows me." Ronnie bumped his shoulder companionably. "Then show them who you really are. Not the boy they expect, the warrior you've become." Harry smiled gratefully. "I'll try. It's only for a few days this time. I'll be back before you know it." "You'd better be," Ronnie warned. "The training tournament is next month, and I plan to beat you soundly in the junior division." "Dream on," Harry retorted with a grin. Their rivalry remained fierce but had evolved into a deep friendship over the years. "Seriously, though," Ronnie said, her tone softening. "Be careful out there. We Amazons haven't isolated ourselves for millennia without good reasons." "I will," Harry promised. "Diana will be with me the whole time." The journey began at dawn the next morning, with Harry, Diana, and 2 additional Amazon guards departing in an enchanted craft similar to the one that had first brought Harry to Themyscira. Harry wore a modified version of his training clothes, practical and allowing freedom of movement, but not so obviously foreign as to attract immediate attention. His daggers were concealed but accessible, and his adamant circlet had been temporarily replaced with a less conspicuous leather band that served the same magical focusing function. Their first destination wasn't Wizarding Britain directly, but a secure location in London where they could prepare for the transition. Diana had arranged use of a private residence owned by an ally, a stately townhouse with both physical and magical security measures. "We'll stay here tonight," Diana explained as they settled in. "Tomorrow, Dumbledore will send a trusted escort to take us to Diagon Alley, the main wizarding shopping district in London. That will be your first real introduction to wizard society." Harry nodded, examining the map Diana had provided of their planned route. "And the story is that I've been living with a magical guardian abroad? No mention of Themyscira?" "Correct. The existence of Themyscira remains protected information. As far as anyone needs to know, I'm a family friend who has been overseeing your education in an unspecified location. Dumbledore has agreed to support this narrative. Harry appreciated the careful planning. Diana had always excelled at strategy, considering multiple contingencies and preparing for various scenarios. What if someone recognizes you as Wonder Woman? He asked. Diana occasionally operated publicly in that identity during her missions to the outside world. I'll be maintaining a low-profile appearance, Diana assured him. No armor, no weapons beyond what's concealed. To most wizards, I'll simply appear to be a formidable witch of unknown background. The next morning, their escort arrived, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Auror who had been part of the wizard delegation to Themyscira. His calm, measured demeanor had impressed both Harry and Diana during the recent negotiations. Good morning, he greeted them formally. Are you ready for your first official visit to Wizarding Britain, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded, tamping down his nervousness. As ready as I'll ever be. The journey to Diagon Alley proved fascinating in itself. Rather than using the main public entrance through the leaky cauldron, where Harry might be immediately recognized, Kingsley led them through a series of less-traveled magical passages. They emerged into the alley from a side street, giving Harry his first glimpse of the wizarding world proper. It was chaotic. After years on Themyscira, where design followed classical principles of harmony and proportion, the jumbled, crooked buildings of Diagon Alley seemed almost offensive to Harry's trained eye. Yet there was an undeniable vitality to the place, shops bursting with magical items, streets filled with witches and wizards in colorful robes, the air itself seeming to hum with magical energy. It's a lot to take in, Kingsley acknowledged, noting Harry's wide-eyed assessment. Especially for someone raised away from all this. It's not what I expected, Harry admitted. It's more medieval than I imagined. Diana nodded in agreement. Wizard society seems to have evolved along a different technological path than the non-magical world. They preserved older aesthetic traditions while developing magical alternatives to modern technology. Their first stop was Gringotts, the wizard bank, where Harry learned he had inherited a substantial fortune from his parents. The goblin bankers treated him with a refreshing lack of deference, concerned only with proper identification and procedure. They respect strength and straight dealing, Kingsley explained as they left with a modest withdrawal of gold coins. Goblins don't care about wizard fame. I like them already, Harry decided. From Gringotts, they proceeded to their most important destination, Ollivander's, the wand maker. Despite their side street approach, Harry had already noticed people doing double takes as they passed, whispering behind hands, pointing subtly in their direction. Your scar is visible, Diana murmured. And you do resemble your father strongly. Word will spread quickly. Harry touched his lightning scar self-consciously. On Themyscira, it had just been another part of him, albeit one with dark implications. Here, he realized it was an identifier, the famous mark of the boy who lived. Ollivander's proved to be a dusty, narrow shop with thousands of long boxes stacked from floor to ceiling. An elderly man with wide, pale eyes emerged from the shadows, studying Harry with unsettling intensity. Harry Potter, he said softly. I wondered when I would be seeing you. The wand-maker's gaze shifted to Diana and the Amazon guards, then to Kingsley. Interesting companions for the boy who lived. Most interesting. Mr. Potter requires a wand, Kingsley stated simply. Of course he does, Ollivander agreed, returning his attention to Harry. Though I sense you've been practicing magic already, without one. Unusual, but not unheard of, particularly in one so naturally gifted. Harry exchanged glances with Diana, surprised by the wandmaker's perception. Let's see, Ollivander continued, pulling down boxes seemingly at random. Your mother favored a wand of willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, excellent for charm work. Your father, on the other hand, preferred mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, outstanding for transfiguration. He presented a wand to Harry. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible. Harry took it uncertainly. Having trained with his daggers as magical foci, a single wand felt oddly limiting. He gave it a wave, producing only a few weak sparks. No, Ollivander snatched it back. Try this, maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy. This produced no reaction at all. Wand after wand followed, with Ollivander becoming increasingly excited rather than discouraged by each failure. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder, yes, why not? Unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry grasped this wand, he felt a sudden warmth in his fingers, different from but reminiscent of the connection he felt with his Amazon-forged daggers. He raised the wand and brought it swishing down, producing a stream of red and gold sparks that danced like fireflies around the shop. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried. Yes, indeed, very good. But curious, most curious. What's curious? Harry asked, still examining the wand with interest. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave just one other feather, just one. It is curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry's hand froze on the wand. Voldemort's wand? Ollivander flinched at the name but nodded. He who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named marked you as his equal. The wand-maker's eyes flicked to Harry's scar, then back to his face with unsettling intensity. Diana stepped forward, breaking the moment. We'll take the wand. How much? After paying 7 gold galleons for the wand, they exited the shop to find a small crowd had gathered outside, word having spread of Harry Potter's presence in Diagon Alley. Harry Potter. It's him, look at the scar. Where has he been all these years? Kingsley moved protectively in front of Harry while the Amazon guards flanked him on either side. We should move quickly, Kingsley advised. Once the press gets wind of this, too late. A flash of magical photography erupted from the crowd, followed by a blonde witch in acid green robes pushing her way forward, a floating quill and parchment hovering beside her. Harry Potter. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet. Tell our readers where you've been hiding all these years. Who is this exotic woman with you? Are those bodyguards? Is it true you've been training in secret magical arts? Diana stepped smoothly between Harry and the reporter. Mr. Potter is not giving interviews today. Please respect his privacy. And you are? Skeeter demanded, her quill scribbling frantically without her even looking at it. Someone who takes privacy very seriously, Diana replied, her tone making it clear the conversation was over. Kingsley took advantage of the momentary distraction to guide their group down a side alley, away from the growing crowd. So much for maintaining a low profile, he said grimly. We should complete the rest of today's agenda quickly and return to your secure location. By tomorrow, your presence will be front-page news. He was right. Their remaining stops, a bookstore for texts on wizarding history and magical theory, a brief visit to quality Quidditch supplies at Harry's curious request, and a discreet meeting with a wand maker who specialized in holsters, were all conducted under increasing public scrutiny. By the time they returned to the London townhouse that evening, Harry was exhausted from the constant attention. Diana dismissed Kingsley with thanks and activated additional security measures around the property. Well, she said as they settled in the secure sitting room, that was educational, if not entirely as planned. Harry nodded, turning his new wand over in his hands thoughtfully. That wand maker, Ollivander. He knew about the prophecy, didn't he? About me being Voldemort's equal? It seems so, Diana agreed. Which suggests the prophecy isn't as secret as Dumbledore implied. And this wand connection, Harry continued. Brother wands with Voldemort. That can't be coincidence. Very little about your situation appears to be coincidental, Diana observed. The prophecy, the scar connection, now the wand, all links between you and Voldemort that transcend ordinary magical relationships. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing. I'm glad we're not staying long this time. I need to think about all this. Train more. Prepare. A wise approach, Diana agreed. Though I suspect events may begin moving more quickly now that you've re-emerged in the wizarding world. Her prediction proved accurate. The next day's Daily Prophet featured Harry's photograph on the front page, along with a wildly speculative article by Rita Skeeter titled "The Boy Who Lived Returns, Harry Potter's Secret Life and Mysterious Guardians." The article was a masterpiece of innuendo and exaggeration, suggesting Harry had been raised by a secret cabal of foreign witches, who had trained him in ancient, possibly forbidden magical arts, as evidenced by his unusually confident bearing in the strange ornaments he wears, referring to the leather band replacing his circlet. Well, that's not entirely inaccurate, Harry remarked dryly as they read it over breakfast. Just replace cabal of foreign witches with island of immortal Amazon warriors. Diana smiled. Journalism has never been the wizarding world's strong suit, from what I've observed. Their final day in Britain included a prearranged visit to Hogwarts itself, a chance for Harry to see the school without the pressure of term-time crowds. Dumbledore met them at the gates, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry," he said warmly. "I trust your visit to Diagon Alley was informative, if perhaps more public than intended?" "You could say that," Harry agreed, gazing up at the castle with undisguised interest. Despite its medieval appearance, there was something undeniably impressive about the structure: ancient stones imbued with centuries of magical energy, towers reaching toward the sky, all reflected in the gleaming surface of a vast lake. "It's beautiful," he acknowledged. "Different from Themysciran architecture, but I can feel the magic in it." "The castle has absorbed the magical energies of countless students and teachers over 1,000 years, Dumbledore explained as he led them through the grounds. "It has developed a certain sentience of its own, not quite alive, but far more than merely enchanted stone." The tour that followed was comprehensive, from the Great Hall with its enchanted ceiling to the various classrooms where Harry would potentially study. They met several professors who had stayed over the summer holiday, including a tiny charms master named Flitwick who had actually taught Harry's parents. Lily was extraordinarily gifted in charms, Flitwick told Harry enthusiastically. And James, while more interested in transfiguration, had a natural talent for creative spell work. "I see something of both in you already." Harry appreciated these personal insights more than anything else. Diana had collected significant information about his parents, but hearing from those who had known them directly was different, more immediate, more personal. The visit concluded in Dumbledore's office, a circular room filled with curious silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters. The old wizard settled behind his desk, regarding Harry thoughtfully. "So, Harry, having seen a small portion of what the wizarding world has to offer, what are your impressions?" Harry considered his answer carefully. "It's fascinating. Different from what I'm used to, but I can see why my parents chose to be part of it. The magic here feels structured, codified. On Themyscira, magical training is more intuitive, more connected to physical discipline. Both approaches have their merits," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Indeed, a combination might prove most effective, particularly in your unique circumstances." "That's what I'm hoping," Harry agreed. "I'd like to learn wizard magic, spells, potions, the things my parents knew. But I won't give up my Amazon training either. It's part of who I am now." Dumbledore nodded, seeming pleased with this response. "A balanced perspective. We can certainly arrange for you to continue physical training while at Hogwarts, and perhaps Princess Diana might visit periodically to ensure continuity in your Amazon magical studies." Diana, who had been examining one of the silver instruments with professional interest, turned at this. "That could be acceptable, provided the arrangements are formalized and Harry's status as my ward is respected." I would also insist on regular returns to Themyscira during school breaks. Of course, Dumbledore agreed readily. Though I would suggest that at least initially, Harry's connection to Themyscira remained confidential. The island's location and nature are best kept protected. Agreed, Diana said. Harry's official story will be that he has been raised by a magical guardian abroad, myself, with a focus on non-traditional magical education. The discussion continued, establishing preliminary arrangements for Harry's potential attendance at Hogwarts the following year. No final decisions were made, those would wait until closer to his 11th birthday, but the groundwork was laid for a hybrid educational approach that would honor both his Amazon training and his wizarding heritage. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore presented Harry with a small package. "This belonged to your father," he explained. "He left it in my possession shortly before his death. I think it's time it was returned to you." Harry unwrapped the package to find a shimmering, silvery cloth that seemed to flow like water in his hands. "An invisibility cloak," Dumbledore explained. "And quite an exceptional one at that. Your father used it for many an adventure during his school days. I trust you'll find it equally useful, though hopefully for less mischievous purposes." Harry ran his fingers over the strange material, feeling an unexpected connection to the father he barely remembered. "Thank you, sir." As they departed Hogwarts, Harry found himself torn between excitement about the new world opening up to him and anxiety about the complications it would bring. The wizarding community clearly had expectations of him, as the boy who lived, as James and Lily Potter's son, as the prophesied adversary of Voldemort. Reconciling those expectations with his Amazon identity would be an ongoing challenge. "You're quiet," Diana observed as their transport carried them away from the Scottish Highlands. "Just thinking," Harry replied. "About belonging to two worlds. About what that means for who I am and who I'm going to be." Diana nodded understandingly. "It's a unique position. Challenging, but potentially powerful too. You can draw strength from both traditions without being limited by either." "If they'll let me," Harry said, a note of doubt creeping into his voice. The wizard seemed to have pretty fixed ideas about who Harry Potter should be. "Then show them who Harry Potter actually is," Diana advised. "Actions speak louder than expectations. That's as true in the wizarding world as it is in an Amazon training arena." Harry smiled at the comparison. "Speaking of training arenas, think we'll make it back in time for me to prepare for the tournament? Ronnie will never let me hear the end of it if I miss our match." "We'll be back with days to spare," Diana assured him. "And I expect you to win, after all the special training you've had with those daggers." "No pressure, then," Harry laughed, his spirits lifting as they turned toward home, toward Themyscira. The return to Themyscira brought a welcome sense of normality after the strangeness of the wizarding world. Harry threw himself back into his training with renewed dedication, integrating his new wand into his practice alongside the Amazon-forged daggers. He discovered that different magical tools served different purposes. The wand was precise, excellent for detailed spellwork, while the daggers channeled broader, more elemental energies. The Junior Warriors Tournament arrived as scheduled, a 3-day competition that tested all aspects of Amazon training. Harry's match against Ronnie in the combat arena proved to be one of the highlights, a display of skill and strategy that had even veteran warriors nodding in appreciation. Ronnie's superior strength and years of additional training were balanced by Harry's unique style, a fluid combination of evasion, precision strikes, and carefully controlled magical augmentation. When the final point was scored, Harry narrowly victorious, both competitors received a standing ovation. "Not bad for a boy," Ronnie teased as they clasped arms in the traditional post-match salute, echoing her words from their earliest encounters. "Not bad for either of us," Harry countered with a grin. Life settled into a new rhythm after the tournament. 3 days each week were dedicated to traditional Amazon training. 2 days focused on wizarding magic, with Harry working through the textbooks he'd acquired in Diagon Alley and practicing wand movements under Diana's supervision. The remaining time was spent on integrated practice, developing techniques that combined both magical traditions into something uniquely his own. Harry's 10th birthday was celebrated with an Amazon feast and traditional gift-giving ceremony. From Diana, he received a magical communication device that would allow them to maintain contact once he began attending Hogwarts. From Hippolyta, a formal scroll recognizing him as an honored friend of the Amazons, a rare title that granted him specific rights and privileges within their society. From Antiope, a set of training armor sized perfectly for his growing frame. Most surprisingly, a package arrived from Dumbledore, a leather-bound photo album filled with moving wizard photographs of Harry's parents during their school days and early marriage. Harry spent hours poring over these images, studying the faces of the parents he barely remembered, noting with wonder his own resemblance to his father and the unmistakable inheritance of his mother's eyes. Autumn brought new developments in the Horcrux research. The collaborative work between Amazon scholars and wizard experts had yielded promising theories about safely removing the soul fragment from Harry's scar. A ritual was proposed, complex, drawing on both magical traditions, but with a reasonable chance of success. The timing is critical, Epione explained during a planning session. We need to perform the ritual during the winter solstice, when the veil between physical and spiritual realms is thinnest. This will facilitate the separation without damaging Harry's own soul. And the risks? Diana asked bluntly. Cleo and Dumbledore exchanged glances before the old wizard responded. There are always risks with soul magic. The fragment could fight extraction. It could attempt to possess Harry during the process. There might be unforeseen magical backlash. But we've built in multiple safeguards, Cleo added quickly. Containment circles drawing on both Amazon and wizard protective magic. Monitoring charms to detect any change in the fragment's behavior. Emergency protocols if anything goes wrong. It's the best chance we have, Dumbledore concluded. And I believe the benefits outweigh the risks. As long as the fragment remains, the connection between Harry and Voldemort persists, a vulnerability that could be exploited as Voldemort grows stronger. Harry, who had been listening intently, spoke up. I want to do it. Better to face this now, when I'm surrounded by people I trust, than wait for Voldemort to use the connection against me. Diana studied him for a long moment, recognizing the determination in his eyes. Very well. We'll proceed with preparations for the winter solstice ritual. The following weeks were consumed with preparations. The ritual would take place in Themyscira's oldest temple, a circular structure atop the island's highest peak that predated even the Amazons' arrival. Harry underwent intensive magical conditioning, strengthening both his offensive capabilities and his mental defenses. Dumbledore taught him the basics of occlumency, the wizarding art of protecting one's mind from external intrusion. Though Harry found it challenging, the mental discipline he developed through Amazon meditation practices gave him a solid foundation to build upon. As the solstice approached, Harry's scar began troubling him more frequently, burning pain that sometimes woke him from sleep, accompanied by fragmented dreams of a dark presence growing stronger. Whether this was the fragment reacting to the imminent extraction attempt or Voldemort himself sensing the danger to his soul peace remained unclear. The night before the ritual, Harry sat alone on the cliffs overlooking the sea, watching the stars emerge in the clear winter sky. Tomorrow would mark a turning point, freeing him from the unwanted connection to his parents' murderer or potentially putting him in grave danger. Mind if I join you? Diana's voice came from behind him. Harry smiled without turning. I was wondering when you'd find me. Diana settled beside him on the stone outcropping. For a while, they simply sat in companionable silence, listening to the waves crash against the rocks below. Nervous about tomorrow? Diana finally asked. Some, Harry admitted. But mostly, ready. Whatever happens, at least we're doing something instead of waiting for Voldemort to make the next move. Diana nodded approvingly. A warrior's perspective. Face the battle on your terms, not your enemies. Exactly. Harry traced the lightning scar on his forehead absently. I keep thinking about what might happen if it works, if this connection is finally broken. Will I be different? Is this fragment part of who I am now, after all these years? It was a profound question, one that had been troubling him increasingly as the ritual approached. Diana gave it the consideration it deserved. I believe, she said carefully, that who you are exists independent of the fragment. Your courage, your compassion, your determination, these come from within you, not from any piece of Voldemort's soul. If anything, you've become who you are despite the fragment, not because of it. Harry took comfort in this perspective. I hope you're right. Get some rest, Diana advised, rising gracefully to her feet. Tomorrow will demand all your strength, physical, magical, and spiritual. The winter solstice dawned clear and cold, the shortest day of the year. Harry woke before sunrise, performing his usual training routine to center himself before the ordeal ahead. He ate lightly, dressed in the special garments prepared for the ritual, a white tunic embroidered with protective symbols from both Amazon and wizard traditions. By midday, all was ready. The ancient temple had been prepared according to the collaborative ritual design. In the center stood a raised stone altar where Harry would lie during the extraction. Surrounding it were concentric circles of power, the innermost drawn with a mixture of crushed amethyst and powdered unicorn horn, the middle circle formed of Themysciran silver inlaid with runes, the outermost a ring of Amazon warriors and wizard allies standing shoulder to shoulder. Hippolyta presided over the gathering, her regal presence lending authority to the unprecedented magical collaboration. We begin when the sun touches the western horizon, she announced. Take your positions. Harry approached the altar with measured steps, Diana at his side. The stone was cool against his back as he lay down, staring up at the open ceiling where the fading winter sunlight still illuminated the ancient temple. Remember, Diana said quietly, whatever happens, whatever you experience, we are here. You are not alone. Harry nodded, grateful for her steady presence. As the designated ritual participants took their positions, Dumbledore at his head, Epione at his feet, Cleo and McGonagall on either side, Harry closed his eyes and began the centering meditation he practiced countless times. When he opened his eyes again, the sun was touching the horizon. The ritual began. It started with a low chant, Amazon priestesses calling to their ancient gods, wizard allies invoking the fundamental forces of magic. The concentric circles began to glow, first the outermost with a golden light, then the middle with silver radiance, finally the innermost with a deep purple illumination that pulsed like a heartbeat. Harry felt the magic building around him, layers of protective and extractive energies interweaving. His scar began to burn, not the occasional twinges he was accustomed to, but a searing pain that grew steadily more intense. Dumbledore stood at Harry's head, wand raised, speaking words in a language Harry didn't recognize. Epione at his feet held a crystal vessel inscribed with containment symbols. Cleo and McGonagall on either side maintained the stability of the magical fields, their voices joining in perfect harmony despite their different magical traditions. The pain in Harry's scar reached an unbearable peak. He gripped the edges of the altar, fighting to maintain consciousness, to keep his mind focused on the meditation techniques that would help the extraction succeed. Suddenly, he wasn't in the temple anymore. Or rather, he was in the temple but also somewhere else, a shadowy realm where physical reality seemed thin and insubstantial. Standing before him was a figure that made his blood run cold, a tall, gaunt man with chalk-white skin, scarlet eyes with vertical pupils, and nostrils like a snake's. Harry Potter, the figure hissed, its voice sending shivers down Harry's spine. We meet at last. Harry stood his ground, drawing on years of Amazon training to master his fear. Voldemort. The apparition smiled, a terrible sight. So brave. So foolish. Did you think you could simply cut away our connection? It runs deeper than they know, this bond between us. It's a parasite, Harry countered. Not a bond. And we're removing it. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Are you so certain? Look around you, boy. Where are your protectors now? Your Amazon princess. You're wise old Dumbledore. Here, between worlds, you face me alone. Harry refused to be intimidated. I'm never alone. Their strength is with me, even here. He could still feel the ritual continuing on the physical plane, the pull of magic drawing the fragment toward extraction, the supportive energies of those surrounding him. Drawing on that awareness, Harry took a step toward the apparition. You're not even really here, he realized aloud. You're just an echo. A memory attached to the fragment. The real Voldemort is still weak, still hiding, still afraid. The apparition's face contorted with rage. You know nothing of my power, boy. I cannot be defeated, not by a child, not by ancient magic, not by death itself. Harry felt a sudden clarity, understanding the nature of this confrontation. This isn't about defeating you. Not yet. This is about freeing myself from your influence. Setting my own path. He reached up and touched his scar, which burned beneath his fingers. In this shadow realm, he could actually see the connection, a dark, pulsing cord stretching from his forehead to Voldemort's chest. Drawing on everything he'd learned, Amazon energy manipulation, wizard spell theory, and his own innate magical strength, Harry gripped the cord with both hands and pulled. The apparition screamed, a high, cold sound that seemed to shake the very fabric of this in-between place. The cord stretched, thinned, but didn't break. You cannot sever it. Voldemort snarled. It is bound by death magic, by sacrifice, by prophecy. Watch me, Harry growled, summoning more power. In his mind, he called out to his allies, drawing on their combined strength. In the physical world, Diana sensed Harry's struggle. Though he lay motionless on the altar, his face contorted with effort, sweat beading on his brow. Acting on instinct, she broke protocol and stepped forward, placing her hand on his chest, directly over his heart. Strength, Harry, she whispered. Amazon strength. The other Amazons followed her lead, their voices rising in the ancient battle hymn that had carried their ancestors through countless struggles. The wizards joined in their own way, channeling additional power into the ritual circles. In the shadow realm, Harry felt the influx of energy, warm, golden light flowing into him from somewhere beyond. With renewed determination, he gripped the connection and channeled every ounce of that combined power into breaking it. The cord began to splinter, dark energy leaking from the fractures. Voldemort's apparition howled in fury and pain, reaching out with skeletal hands to stop the separation. If you break this connection, you lose my power too, he threatened. All your special abilities, Parseltongue, magical sensitivity, the enhanced power that let you survive, they come from me. Then I'll develop my own, Harry retorted. With a final, tremendous effort, he tore the cord apart. The backlash was immediate and violent. In the shadow realm, Voldemort's apparition exploded into a cloud of screaming darkness that tried to reattach itself to Harry. In the physical world, Harry's body arched off the altar, a black mist erupting from his scar as he cried out in pain. Epione raised the crystal vessel, chanting the containment spell that drew the escaping fragment into the prepared receptacle. Dumbledore's wand moved in complex patterns, creating magical barriers that prevented the fragment from seeking another host. For one heart-stopping moment, the black mist seemed to resist, swirling angrily above Harry's prone form. Then, with a sound like a distant scream, it was pulled inexorably into the crystal vessel, which Epione immediately sealed with an enchanted stopper. Harry collapsed back onto the altar, unconscious but still breathing. The innermost ritual circle flared brilliantly, then faded. The temple fell silent except for the ragged breathing of the exhausted participants. Diana was the first to move, gathering Harry's limp form into her arms with gentle urgency. Epione, she called, her voice steady despite her concern. The healer approached, her experienced hands checking Harry's vital signs. After a tense moment, she nodded reassuringly. He lives. His life force is strong, though drained by the effort. The scar. All eyes turned to Harry's forehead, where the lightning bolt mark that had defined him for so long had changed. No longer angry and red, it had faded to a thin, silver line, still visible, but no longer radiating dark energy. It worked, Dumbledore breathed, relief evident in his voice. The fragment is contained. The connection is broken. A cheer went up from the assembled Amazons and wizards alike, a celebration of their unprecedented magical collaboration and its successful outcome. Diana carried Harry from the temple to the healing pavilion, where he would recover under Epione's careful supervision. Though the immediate danger had passed, no one could predict what effects the extraction might have on his magic or his health. Harry remained unconscious through the night, his sleep deep but troubled by vivid dreams, not the dark visions connected to Voldemort, but his own mind processing the traumatic extraction. Diana refused to leave his side, maintaining a silent vigil as healers monitored his condition. Dawn was breaking when Harry finally stirred, his eyes fluttering open to find Diana dozing in a chair beside his bed. He reached out weakly to touch her hand. "Did it work?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. Diana woke instantly, relief flooding her features. "Yes," she confirmed, squeezing his hand gently. "The fragment is gone, safely contained. How do you feel?" Harry considered this carefully, taking inventory of his body and magic. "Different," he decided. "Lighter somehow. Like something heavy I didn't even know I was carrying is gone." He touched his scar hesitantly. "It doesn't hurt anymore. The physical mark remains, but its magical signature has changed completely," Diana explained. "Epione says it's now just an ordinary scar with a trace of the protective magic your mother left behind." Harry processed this momentous change. For as long as he could remember, the scar had been a constant presence, burning, aching, connecting him to a darker power. Now that connection was severed, leaving him truly himself for the first time. "What happens to the fragment now?" he asked. "The containment vessel has been placed in the most secure vault on Themyscira," Diana told him. "Eventually, once you've recovered fully, we'll need to destroy it permanently. But that's a challenge for another day." Over the following weeks, Harry's recovery progressed steadily. His physical strength returned quickly, allowing him to resume modified training sessions. His magic, however, underwent subtle changes that required adjustment and experimentation. As Voldemort had warned in that shadow confrontation, certain abilities were indeed affected by the fragment's removal. Harry discovered he could no longer understand snake speech, a talent called Parseltongue that, according to Dumbledore, had likely transferred from Voldemort through the connection. Other changes were more positive. Harry's magical control improved significantly, no longer fighting against the fragment's disruptive influence, his spells became more precise, his energy manipulation more efficient. His nightmares ceased entirely, replaced by ordinary dreams that faded upon waking. By his 11th birthday in July, Harry had fully adapted to his fragment-free existence. The question of Hogwarts loomed large as owls began arriving with official acceptance letters, not just from the British Wizarding School, but from magical institutions worldwide that had somehow learned of the famous Harry Potter's availability. "Durmstrang offers advanced combat magic," Harry noted as he sorted through the correspondence with Diana. "Beauxbatons emphasizes magical theory and refinement. Ilvermorny's program seems most similar to Hogwarts but with some interesting Native American magical influences." "All worthy options," Diana acknowledged. "But I sense you've already made your decision." Harry nodded. "Hogwarts is where my parents studied. Where they met. And it's where Dumbledore is, the person with the most knowledge about Voldemort and the prophecy. If I'm going to fulfill my part in all this, that's where I need to be." He paused. "If that's all right with you." Diana smiled warmly. "It's more than all right. It's a wise choice, considering all factors. And remember, our arrangement with Dumbledore ensures you'll return to Themyscira regularly to continue your Amazon training." The final weeks of summer were filled with preparations. Additional visits to Diagon Alley, this time with proper security and a more controlled public relations strategy, allowed Harry to purchase the required school supplies. His distinctive Amazon-influenced appearance and confident manner continued to draw attention, but he was learning to navigate the celebrity status thrust upon him by wizard society. The most significant development came during a private meeting with Dumbledore, where final arrangements for Harry's attendance were formalized. "You'll have a modified schedule," the headmaster explained. "Core classes with your yearmates, but certain periods reserved for physical training and continued study of Amazon magical techniques. Princess Diana will visit monthly to assess your progress and provide advanced instruction." "And the other students?" Harry asked. "How will you explain my special arrangements?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Students at Hogwarts have always had certain misconceptions about the boy who lived. I suspect your actual differences will be lost among the many rumors that already circulate about you." "Great," Harry said dryly. "So I'll be the subject of gossip no matter what." "Almost certainly," Dumbledore agreed cheerfully. "But you'll also have the opportunity to make true friends who see beyond the legend, as your parents did during their time at Hogwarts." As September 1st approached, Harry found himself experiencing an unexpected emotion, homesickness, before he'd even left home. Themyscira had become so fundamentally part of his identity that the prospect of months away, even with scheduled returns, felt daunting. The night before his departure, a special ceremony was held in the main arena. The entire Amazon community gathered to honor Harry's transition to this new phase of his journey. Hippolyta stood on the central dais, her regal presence commanding attention as Harry approached and knelt formally before her. "Rise, Harry Potter of Themyscira," she proclaimed, using the title that acknowledged his accepted place in their society. "Today we recognize your passage from trainee to warrior initiate." The assembled Amazons struck their bracelets together in the traditional salute, creating a ringing sound that echoed through the arena. "Though you journey to the world beyond our shores, you carry Themyscira with you," Hippolyta continued. "Our training, our values, our strength." One by one, Harry's mentors approached to offer formal gifts and words of wisdom for his journey. Antiope presented him with a warrior's cloak, light enough for ease of movement but magically reinforced for protection. "Remember your training," she said simply. "Especially when facing challenges that seem unrelated to combat. The principles remain the same." Io came forward with an upgraded version of his magical daggers, now sized appropriately for his growing frame and enhanced with additional magical conductivity. "These will serve as secondary focuses when your wand is insufficient," she explained. "They are tuned specifically to your matured magical signature." Cleo offered a small, leather-bound book filled with Amazon history and magical theory. "Knowledge is a weapon sharper than any blade," she reminded him. "Wield it wisely." Epione's gift was practical, a kit of healing supplies and potions that combined Amazon and wizard remedies. "Your well-being remains a priority," she said firmly. "Maintain your physical and magical health disciplines." Ronnie, representing the younger Amazons, stepped forward with a braided leather bracelet. "So you don't forget who really taught you to fight," she teased, though the emotion behind the gesture was genuine. Finally, Diana approached, carrying a small wooden box intricately carved with symbols of both Amazon and wizard origin. "This contains something of both worlds," she said, opening the box to reveal a pendant, a silver lightning bolt similar to his scar, suspended from a chain of Themysciran adamant. "The pendant is forged from the silver mirror in your parents' home in Godric's Hollow, recovered after their deaths. The chain is Themysciran, with protective enchantments woven by our craftswomen." Harry accepted the pendant with profound gratitude, immediately placing it around his neck where it settled against his chest with a comforting weight. "Thank you," he said, addressing not just Diana but all the assembled Amazons. "For everything. For saving me. For training me. For giving me a home and a family when I had none." He stood straighter, channeling his emotion into determination rather than tears. "I promise to represent Themyscira with honor. To use what you've taught me for justice and protection. To be worthy of the trust you've placed in me." The ceremony concluded with a feast that lasted well into the night, filled with music, stories, and competitions that celebrated Amazon traditions. Harry participated fully, storing away these memories to sustain him during the months ahead at Hogwarts. The next morning dawned clear and bright. Harry stood at the harbor, dressed in a carefully designed outfit that bridged his two worlds, wizard robes modified to allow freedom of movement in the Amazon style, his daggers concealed but accessible, the silver lightning pendant visible at his throat. Diana would accompany him to London and platform 9 3/4, ensuring his safe transition to the Hogwarts Express. Final goodbyes were exchanged, with Hippolyta herself coming to the harbor to see them off. "Remember who you are," she told Harry, her hand resting briefly on his shoulder in a rare gesture of physical affection. "Not just the boy who lived, but Harry Potter of Themyscira." "I will," Harry promised. "I'll make you proud." As their transport lifted off from Themyscira's shore, Harry watched the island recede into the distance, eventually disappearing behind its magical barriers. He felt a momentary pang of loss, followed by a surge of anticipation for the adventure ahead. At 11 years old, he was stepping into a new world, not as the frightened child who had once lived in a cupboard under the stairs, but as a confident young warrior mage trained by Amazons, freed from Voldemort's soul fragment, and ready to forge his own destiny. Diana watched him from the pilot's seat, recognizing both the nostalgia and excitement in his expression. "Ready for your next great adventure, Harry Potter?" Harry smiled, fingering the pendant that united his two heritages. "Ready as I'll ever be." Chapter 3, Two Worlds Collide. The spell slammed into the stone pillar inches from Harry's head, sending fragments of marble flying. He ducked and rolled, his body responding automatically to years of training. At 14, Harry Potter moved with the fluid grace of someone who had spent half their life in intensive combat training with the world's greatest warriors. "That was too close," he called to Diana, who was engaged with two cloaked figures across the chamber. "Less talking, more moving," she shot back, deflecting a curse with her bracers and countering with a devastating kick that sent one attacker sprawling. The ancient Greek temple they'd been investigating had turned out to be far from abandoned. The moment they discovered the strange markings, a bizarre combination of Death Eater symbols and ancient Greek war glyphs, these guards had appeared from hidden alcoves. Harry sprang to his feet, wand in his right hand, Amazon-forged dagger in his left. 3 years of Hogwarts education combined with ongoing Amazon training had created a fighting style uniquely his own. He moved toward his attacker, shield charm already forming as another spell raced toward him. Protego. The magical barrier flickered into existence, but instead of simply blocking the spell, Harry angled his shield to deflect it back toward his opponent. The wizard barely dodged his own rebounded curse, giving Harry the opening he needed. With a quick flick of his dagger, Harry channeled his magic through the Amazon-forged bronze. A blue-white bolt of energy shot forward, striking the wizard's wand hand. The man yelped in pain, his wand clattering to the floor. Harry closed the distance in seconds, years of physical training evident in his speed. A swift kick sent the fallen wand skittering across the floor, and his dagger came to rest at the man's throat. "Who sent you?" Harry demanded. "Who are you working for?" The man's eyes widened in recognition. "Potter? The Amazon boy?" "Answer the question," Harry pressed, the dagger tip drawing a single drop of blood. Diana approached, having efficiently dispatched her opponents. "He won't talk," she said, studying the man's determined expression. "But perhaps this will." She reached to her side, the golden lasso of truth glowing as she uncoiled it. The man's eyes fixated on the mythical weapon, fear replacing his defiance. "Wait," he gasped. "You don't understand what you're interfering with. He's returning, both of them. The alliance will reshape everything." "What alliance?" Harry demanded. "Between who?" But before the man could answer, he convulsed suddenly, his eyes rolling back. Foam appeared at his lips as his body went rigid. "Poison capsule," Diana realized, checking his pulse. "Hidden tooth, probably. He's dead." Harry stood, frustration evident in his clenched jaw. Just like the others. Whoever's behind this really doesn't want us finding out. He surveyed the chamber, taking in the strange markings and ceremonial layout. For 6 months now, they've been tracking these magical disturbances, energy signatures that somehow combine the dark magic associated with Voldemort and the divine power signature of Ares, god of war. Diana knelt by one of the fallen wizards, examining the insignia on their robes. Death Eaters, definitely. But modified with ancient Greek war symbols. The connection grows clearer. But still makes no sense, Harry said, sheathing his dagger and tucking his wand into its specially designed holster. What would Voldemort want with Ares? What would Ares want with wizard dark magic? Diana stood, her expression grave. Power recognizes power. Voldemort seeks immortality and domination. Ares feeds on conflict and chaos. Together they'd be nearly unstoppable, Harry finished. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy black hair, now grown longer in the Amazon warrior style and tied back with a leather cord. The lightning scar on his forehead, once angry and red, now a faint silver line, caught the torchlight as he moved. We need more information, Diana decided. And I think it's time we brought in additional resources. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hogwarts? Dumbledore? Diana nodded. And the Ministry of Magic, as much as I distrust bureaucracies. This threat bridges both our worlds. We'll need allies from both. Harry sighed, his reluctance obvious. 3 years of periodic visits to the wizarding world during his Hogwarts attendance had done little to endear wizard society to him. Though he valued the magical education and had made a few close friends, he found the wizard community's politics frustrating, their methods often inefficient, and their treatment of him as some kind of celebrity deeply annoying. You're right, he conceded. But let's approach Dumbledore first. The less the Ministry knows about Themyscira's involvement, the better. Diana smiled slightly, recognizing how much of her own diplomatic caution had rubbed off on her protégé. Agreed. We'll secure this site, document everything, then make for Hogwarts. As they worked, Harry reflected on how their partnership had evolved. No longer simply mentor and student, they now operated as a team. Diana still possessed vastly more experience and power, but Harry's unique combination of wizard magic and Amazon training made him a valuable ally in situations like this. After cataloging the temple's markings and collecting samples of the strange residual energy, they secured the site with both wizard wards and Amazon protective magic, a dual-layer security that had become their standard procedure. Ready? Diana asked when they'd finished. Harry nodded, retrieving a portkey from his pocket, a small bronze disc inscribed with both wizard runes and Amazon symbols. Themyscira first to report and resupply, then Hogwarts. Diana placed her hand on the disc alongside his. Harry tapped it with his wand, speaking the activation phrase in ancient Greek. The world dissolved around them in a swirl of magic, whisking the warrior and her apprentice back to the hidden island that had been Harry's home for 7 years. Queen Hippolyta listened intently as Harry and Diana reported their findings in the Royal Council chamber. Though Harry now spent part of each year at Hogwarts, his status among the Amazons had only grown. No longer the rescued child or even the promising trainee, he was now acknowledged as a warrior in his own right, one with unique abilities that complemented Amazon's strengths. These markings are troubling, Hippolyta said when they'd finished, examining the sketches they'd made. They suggest a ritual merging of divine and mortal dark magic. A dangerous combination. Our thoughts exactly, Diana agreed. If Ares is indeed forming an alliance with this wizard Voldemort, both our worlds face a serious threat. And you believe Albus Dumbledore can provide additional insight? Hippolyta asked, her tone carefully neutral. Though the Amazon Queen had developed a grudging respect for the wizard headmaster over the years, she remained skeptical of wizard institutions in general. Dumbledore has the most comprehensive knowledge of Voldemort's movements and capabilities, Harry explained. And given my history with Voldemort, he's kept me informed about ongoing investigations. That was putting it mildly. Since Harry had begun attending Hogwarts part-time at 11, Voldemort's attempts to return to power had intersected with his life repeatedly. From the possessed teacher harboring Voldemort's spirit during his first year to the enchanted diary that had nearly killed students in his second, Harry had found himself directly confronting the Dark Wizard's schemes more than once. Only his Amazon training and the support of his few close wizard friends had carried him through those encounters. "There's something else," Diana added. "The prophecy." The mood in the chamber shifted perceptibly. The prophecy that linked Harry's fate to Voldemort's was well known among the Amazon leadership, though many considered it a wizard construct of questionable validity. "You believe this development relates to the prophecy?" Hippolyta asked. "It may," Diana acknowledged. "The timing seems significant. Harry turns 15 next summer, nearly of age in the wizard world. If Voldemort is seeking divine assistance to regain his power, it could be in preparation for their prophesied confrontation." Harry remained silent, his expression unreadable. The prophecy had hung over him for years, neither can live while the other survives, but he'd refused to let it define him. His Amazon training had taught him that destiny was shaped by choices and actions, not merely predetermined by fate. "Then you must pursue this investigation," Hippolyta decided. "But with caution. Ares is cunning, and this wizard seems similarly devious. Their alliance may be designed specifically to draw you out, Harry Potter." "I've considered that," Harry said, meeting the Queen's gaze steadily. "But if they're targeting me anyway, better to face them on my terms than wait for their next move." Hippolyta's lips curved in the faintest smile. "You speak like a true Amazon warrior." She rose from her throne, signaling the end of the council. "Go to Hogwarts. Consult with Dumbledore. But remember your training and trust your instincts above all." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Harry said, bowing his head respectfully. As they left the council chamber, Diana placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We have a few hours before we need to leave for Hogwarts. Perhaps you'd like to visit the training grounds? I'm sure Antiope would welcome a demonstration of how you've maintained your skills while away." Harry grinned. "Is that your subtle way of telling me I've gotten soft at wizard school?" Diana's answering smile was playful. "Not at all. But Ronnie has been claiming she could take you easily now that you spend so much time waving wands and reading dusty tomes." "Oh really?" Harry's competitive spirit flared immediately. "Well, we can't let that challenge go unanswered, can we?" They made their way to the training grounds, where several Amazon warriors were engaged in rigorous combat drills. Antiope spotted them immediately, halting her instruction to approach. "The prodigal's son returns," she said, her stern expression belied by the warmth in her eyes. "Come to show us what you remember." "If there's time for a quick match," Harry replied with the formal respect he always showed his combat mentor. Antiope turned, her gaze finding a tall, athletic young woman practicing sword forms with devastating precision. "Ronnie. Your opponent has arrived." Ronnie turned, her face breaking into a fierce grin when she spotted Harry. She sheathed her sword and approached, measuring him with an evaluative gaze. "Well, well. Harry Potter. Still remember which end of the sword to hold," she teased, the years of friendship evident beneath the competitive banter. "I think I can manage," Harry replied dryly. "Unless you've grown too fast for an old man like me to keep up." At 20, Ronnie had developed into one of Themyscira's most promising young warriors. Her rivalry with Harry had evolved over the years into a deep friendship, though their competitive spirit remained unchanged. "Standard rules?" Antiope asked, already clearing a training circle. "Actually," Harry said, "I'd like to demonstrate something I've been working on, integrating wizard dueling with Amazon combat techniques. If Ronnie's willing." Ronnie's eyes lit with interest. "Always ready to learn new ways to beat you, Potter." The training ground quickly filled as word spread that Harry Potter was engaging in a demonstration match. Young trainees gathered eagerly, while veteran warriors watched with professional curiosity. Harry and Ronnie's matches had become something of a spectacle over the years, showcasing different combat styles and strategies. They took positions in the center circle, Harry drawing his wand and one dagger, Ronnie equipped with her preferred short sword and shield. "Begin," Antiope commanded. Ronnie moved first, closing the distance with impressive speed. But Harry was ready, casting a subtle impediment jinx at the ground before her feet. She sensed the magic and leapt over the affected area, shield raised to block any follow-up spell. What followed was a dance of contrasting styles. Ronnie employed classic Amazon techniques, powerful, precise strikes combined with agile footwork. Harry countered with his hybrid approach, using wizard spells to create openings for physical attacks, channeling magic through his dagger to enhance its capabilities. When Ronnie charged with her shield raised, Harry transfigured the ground beneath her into ice for just a split second, not to make her fall, but to alter her momentum just enough to slip past her guard. When he pressed his own attack, she countered with a shield bash that would have broken a normal opponent's wrist, but Harry had anticipated it, casting a nonverbal cushioning charm at the exact moment of impact. The spectators watched in appreciative silence, veteran warriors nodding at particularly clever combinations. Diana observed with undisguised pride. Harry had truly created something unique, neither purely wizard or purely Amazon, but an effective synthesis of both traditions. The match ended in a draw, with both combatants scoring what would have been decisive blows simultaneously, Ronnie's sword at Harry's throat, his dagger positioned at a gap in her armor. "Well fought," Ronnie acknowledged, lowering her weapon with a respectful nod. "You too," Harry replied, slightly out of breath. "You've gotten faster. And you've gotten trickier," she countered with a grin. "Those nonverbal spells are annoying." Antiope stepped forward, addressing the gathered trainees. "Observe what you've witnessed. Neither fighter relied solely on their strength or skill. Both adapted to their opponent, creating opportunities rather than waiting for them." Her sharp gaze found Harry. "Your integration of magical and physical techniques has progressed significantly. Effective against a non-magical opponent, even one of Ronnie's caliber." Coming from Antiope, this was high praise indeed. Harry bowed respectfully, grateful for the validation of his experimental fighting style. As the crowd dispersed, returning to their regular training, Diana approached. "Impressive," she said simply. "Ready to return to the wizard world?" Harry nodded, sobering as his mind returned to their mission. "As ready as I'll ever be." Hogwarts Castle stood majestically against the Scottish Highlands, its towers reaching toward the cloudy afternoon sky. As Harry and Diana approached the main gates, he felt the familiar mixture of emotions the school always evoked in him: appreciation for the magical education it offered, frustration with its sometimes archaic traditions, and a complex sense of connection to his parents who had walked these same grounds decades earlier. Though it was summer holiday and most students were away, the castle was not empty. Dumbledore maintained a year-round presence, and certain faculty members remained to conduct research or prepare for the upcoming term. "Harry. Diana." Professor McGonagall's voice greeted them as they entered the entrance hall. The Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor House approached with brisk steps, her expression as stern as ever though her eyes showed genuine warmth. "Albus said you might be visiting. I assume this isn't a social call?" "I'm afraid not, Professor," Harry replied. "We've discovered something concerning that we need to discuss with the headmaster." McGonagall nodded sharply. "He's expecting you in his office. The password is Sugar Quill." She hesitated, then added, "It's good to see you, Potter. You're looking well." Harry smiled. His relationship with McGonagall had evolved considerably since he'd begun attending Hogwarts. Initially skeptical of his unconventional education, she had come to respect his disciplined approach to magic and his willingness to adapt to Hogwarts requirements while maintaining his Amazon training. "Thank you, Professor. It's good to see you too." They made their way through the familiar corridors, the castle relatively quiet without the usual bustle of students. When they reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, Harry spoke the password, and the statue leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. Dumbledore was waiting for them in his circular office, the silver instruments on his desk whirring and puffing as always. Though his appearance had changed little over the years Harry had known him, the same long silver beard, the same half-moon spectacles, there was a weariness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. "Harry, Princess Diana," he greeted them, rising from behind his desk. "Welcome back to Hogwarts. I sense from your communication that you bring troubling news." "We do," Diana confirmed, taking the seat he offered. "We've been tracking a series of magical disturbances across Europe. Unusual energy signatures that suggest a collaboration between wizard dark magic and divine power." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "Divine power? You're referring to the Greek gods?" "One in particular," Harry said, placing the documentation they'd gathered on Dumbledore's desk. "Ares, god of war. We found evidence suggesting he's forming an alliance with Voldemort or his followers." If Dumbledore was shocked by this revelation, he didn't show it. Instead, he examined the materials they'd brought, photographs of the ritual sites, sketches of the strange hybrid symbols, energy readings captured by both wizard and Amazon magical instruments. "Most concerning," he murmured eventually. "This would explain certain anomalies in recent Death Eater activities. They've been more coordinated, more strategic in their operations. Almost as if guided by a military mind." "That fits with Ares' influence," Diana said grimly. "War is his domain, not just battle, but strategy, escalation, the manipulation of conflict for maximum destruction. And with Voldemort seeking to regain his physical form, divine assistance would be invaluable," Dumbledore added. "Particularly from a god who specializes in death and conflict." Harry leaned forward. "We need to know what the Ministry has observed. Any unusual Death Eater movements, any ritualistic sites discovered, any ancient artifacts recently stolen or disturbed." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at Harry's authoritative tone, but he nodded. "I can arrange a meeting with certain trustworthy Ministry officials. Amelia Bones in magical law enforcement would be most helpful, and perhaps Kingsley Shacklebolt, who has been tracking suspected Death Eater activities." "And what about here at Hogwarts?" Diana asked. "The school's library contains some of the most comprehensive magical texts in Britain. Perhaps there's historical precedent for such an alliance." "An excellent suggestion," Dumbledore agreed. "I'll grant you both unrestricted access to the restricted section. Madam Pants is away, but I can have the necessary texts brought to a private study room." The plans were quickly arranged. Dumbledore would contact his Ministry allies for a meeting the following day, while Harry and Diana would begin researching in the Hogwarts library immediately. As they were about to leave, Dumbledore added, "There's something else you should know, Harry. The Triwizard Tournament is being reinstated this year, hosted here at Hogwarts." Harry frowned, vaguely recalling mention of the tournament in Hogwarts, a History. "The international competition? The one that was discontinued because the death toll got too high?" "The very same," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though with additional safety measures this time. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October. I mention this because such a high-profile, international gathering of young witches and wizards would make an attractive target," Diana finished, understanding immediately. "Especially if Ares is involved. He gravitates toward opportunities to ignite larger conflicts." "Precisely," Dumbledore said. "If your theory about this alliance is correct, we should consider the tournament a potential flashpoint. It will bring together future leaders of international wizard communities, under circumstances designed to create competitive tension." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "We'll factor that into our investigation. Is there anything else we should know?" Dumbledore hesitated, just long enough for Harry to notice. "Nothing confirmed," he said finally. "Merely whispers and rumors, which may or may not connect to your discovery. We'll discuss more after you've had a chance to conduct your research." Recognizing the dismissal, Harry and Diana took their leave. As they descended the spiral staircase, Diana gave Harry a questioning look. "He's holding something back," Harry said quietly, answering her unspoken question. "Something specific about Voldemort's movements." "I noticed," Diana agreed. "The question is whether he's being cautious or manipulative." Harry shrugged slightly. "With Dumbledore, sometimes it's both. But he'll share what he knows when he's ready. He always does, eventually." The Hogwarts library was silent and empty, dust motes dancing in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the high windows. A house elf met them at the entrance, introducing himself as Nippy and explaining that Dumbledore had assigned him to assist with their research. "Headmaster Dumbledore says you is needing books from the restricted section," the small creature said, his large ears quivering with eagerness to help. "Nippy has prepared the private study room with the texts you might be wanting." He led them to a small chamber off the main library, where several stacks of ancient-looking books had been arranged on a large oak table. "Nippy has brought books on dark rituals, divine interactions with wizards, and ancient Greek magical practices," he explained proudly. "If masters need anything else, Nippy will fetch it right away." "Thank you, Nippy," Harry said warmly. "This is extremely helpful." The house elf beamed at the praise, bowed low, and disappeared with a soft pop. Diana was already examining the first stack of books, her expression focused. "Let's divide and conquer," she suggested. "I'll take the texts on Greek magical practices and divine interactions. You take the dark ritual materials, you're more familiar with wizard dark magic signatures." They worked in concentrated silence for several hours, occasionally sharing relevant discoveries or comparing notes. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the library windows, when Harry suddenly straightened in his chair. "Diana, look at this." He pushed an ancient, leather-bound tome toward her, its pages yellow with age. His finger pointed to a faded illustration showing a circular chamber with distinct markings around its perimeter, markings strikingly similar to those they documented in the Greek temple. "The Ritual of Ascension," Diana read from the caption. "A theoretical conjoinment of mortal and divine energies, proposed by the dark wizard Herpo the Foul after his encounter with the Olympians in the 3rd century BCE. This matches the configuration we found." Harry nodded grimly. "And look at what it supposedly does, creates a conduit between a wizard and a divine entity, allowing the wizard to channel godly powers while offering the god access to mortal magical techniques." "A symbiotic relationship," Diana murmured, scanning the text. "Each gaining abilities from the other. If Voldemort and Ares have implemented this, then Voldemort could potentially access divine powers beyond normal wizard capabilities," Harry finished. "And Ares would gain the ability to manipulate wizard magic, something normally outside a god's domain. This would explain the hybrid energy signatures we've been detecting," Diana said, her expression grave. "But the ritual requires specific components. A physical vessel prepared to receive divine energy. Sacrificial elements from both realms. And..." She paused, her finger tracing a particular passage. "A catalyst connected to both parties." Harry's hand unconsciously rose to his scar. "Like a piece of Voldemort's soul that was once exposed to divine energy?" Diana looked up sharply. "You think they could use your connection somehow? Even though the Horcrux fragment was removed?" "The connection was severed, but not erased," Harry said quietly. "The magical signature remains, that's why my scar is still visible, just changed. Dumbledore always said the prophecy bound us in ways that went beyond the soul fragment." They stared at each other, the implications sinking in. If Harry's theory was correct, then he wasn't just investigating this alliance, he might be central to its very functioning. "We need to speak with Dumbledore again," Diana decided, already gathering their notes. "And I think it's time to bring in your friends as well." Harry raised an eyebrow. "My friends? Why?" "Because if you're a potential target or catalyst in this ritual, you'll need trusted allies watching your back," Diana explained. "And from what you've told me, Hermione Granger's research skills rival those of many Amazon scholars. Ron Weasley's strategic mind could provide insights we've missed. And Neville Longbottom's knowledge of magical plants might be relevant to the sacrificial components mentioned here. Harry couldn't argue with her logic. Though he'd been selective about his friendships at Hogwarts, the few students he'd truly connected with had proven themselves repeatedly during his previous encounters with Voldemort's schemes. "You're right," he acknowledged. "I'll contact them tonight. But first, Dumbledore." The headmaster listened intently as they presented their discoveries, his expression growing more troubled with each detail. "This aligns with certain information I recently received," he admitted when they'd finished. "Severus Snape, who as you know maintains certain connections with former Death Eater circles, has reported unusual gatherings. Ritualistic in nature, involving artifacts looted from Greek historical sites. And you didn't think to mention this earlier?" Diana asked, her tone carefully controlled. Dumbledore spread his hands apologetically. "I was awaiting confirmation. Severus's intelligence suggested a summoning ritual, but the divine connection wasn't clear until your research provided the missing piece." Harry studied the headmaster thoughtfully. Even after 3 years as his student, Dumbledore remained something of an enigma, brilliant and well-intentioned, certainly, but also prone to playing his cards close to his chest, revealing information only when he deemed it necessary. "What else do you know?" Harry pressed. "About Voldemort's current form, his whereabouts, his plans?" Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his many years. "He remains in a weakened state, a homunculus, barely human. But growing stronger. The ritual you've discovered may be his path to full restoration, not just to his previous power, but to something greater." "And the connection to Harry?" Diana asked directly. "The possibility that his magical signature could serve as a catalyst?" "A disturbing but plausible theory," Dumbledore acknowledged. "The prophecy creates a magical resonance between Harry and Voldemort that transcends physical distance. If Ares can exploit that resonance..." He trailed off, but the implication was clear. Harry could be in danger simply by existing, his very magical signature potentially useful to their enemies. "We need a plan," Harry said firmly, refusing to be daunted by this revelation. "I'm contacting my friends tonight. We'll need their help with the research. And we should meet with your ministry contacts as soon as possible. I've arranged for Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt to meet us here tomorrow morning," Dumbledore confirmed. "I suggest you both rest tonight. Guest quarters have been prepared in the East Wing." As they left Dumbledore's office, Harry's mind was already racing with next steps. He needed to contact Hermione, Ron, and Neville immediately. They'd been spending the summer at their respective homes, but he knew they'd come if he asked. The question was how much to tell them in an initial communication, given the sensitive nature of their discoveries. "Use the secure communication methods we developed," Diana advised, reading his thoughts. "The enchanted parchment that only the intended recipient can read. Be brief but clear about the urgency." Harry nodded, grateful for her practical guidance. "I'll do it now. Then we should get some rest. Tomorrow will be a long day." In his assigned guest quarters, a comfortable suite not unlike the Gryffindor dormitories but more private, Harry penned 3 nearly identical messages on the special parchment Diana had mentioned. The paper was infused with Amazon protective magic, ensuring that only the named recipient could see the written words. "Need your help urgently. Discovered possible alliance between V and a powerful new ally. Researching at Hogwarts now. Can you come? Reply ASAP." He sent the messages via a variation of the protean charm that Hermione had helped him develop, a method that instantly transferred identical text to linked parchments his friends kept for emergency communications. It was a system they'd established after Harry's second year at Hogwarts, when they'd realized how often life-threatening situations seemed to find them. The responses came quickly. "Hermione first, on my way. Will arrive by night bus tomorrow morning. Have been researching unusual magical disturbances independently. Suspect connection to ancient rituals. Hermione then Ron, can be there tomorrow. Dad says strange reports coming through ministry anyway. Wanted to contact you but didn't want to interrupt Amazon summer training. Bringing chess set for strategy sessions. Ron finally Neville, coming. Gran won't be happy but won't stop me. Interesting development in my magical plant collection might be relevant. See you tomorrow. Neville. Harry smiled, feeling a surge of gratitude for these friends who had accepted him despite his unconventional background and often reserved nature. When he'd first arrived at Hogwarts at 11, he'd been uncertain how to relate to other children his age, having spent his formative years on Themyscira surrounded primarily by adult warriors. Hermione had been the first to break through his carefully maintained distance, recognizing in him a similar sense of being an outsider. Ron had initially been intimidated by Harry's obvious combat training and the stories that circulated about him being raised by warrior witches, but his genuine nature and loyalty had eventually won Harry over. Neville, often overlooked by others, had shown unexpected courage during their first-year adventure, earning Harry's lasting respect. With his friends notified and on their way, Harry turned to preparation for tomorrow's ministry meeting. He reviewed their findings, organized their evidence, and mentally rehearsed the most persuasive presentation of their theory. The Ministry of Magic had a notorious tendency toward bureaucratic obstruction and denial of unpleasant realities. Convincing Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt of the seriousness of the threat would be crucial. Sleep came fitfully, his dreams haunted by strange hybrid symbols and the sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Once, he woke suddenly, his scar tingling, not painful as it had been before the Horcrux removal, but sensitized, as if responding to distant energy. Diana had warned him that this might happen as the connection between Voldemort and Ares strengthened. His scar, though no longer housing a soul fragment, remained a magical conductor attuned to Voldemort's signature. Morning brought his friends, arriving together via the night bus to Hogsmeade and then walking up to the castle. Harry met them at the entrance hall, genuinely pleased to see their familiar faces. Hermione reached him first, her bushy hair somewhat tamed since their first meeting but her expression of focused intelligence unchanged. She hugged him briefly but tightly. Harry. You've grown again. The Amazon training really does wonders for physical development. Ron, taller than ever and beginning to fill out his lanky frame, clapped him on the shoulder. Mate. Good to see you. Still keeping up with those crazy dawn workouts? Neville, who had changed perhaps the most over their years of friendship, transforming from a timid, round-faced boy to a more confident young man with a specialist's knowledge of magical botany, shook Harry's hand firmly. Brought those plant samples I mentioned. Think they might be relevant to ritual magic. Harry led them to a small chamber off the entrance hall where they could speak privately before the ministry officials arrived. Diana joined them minutes later, greeting Harry's friends with the warmth she'd developed for them over the years. Thank you all for coming so quickly, she said. What we're investigating may be the most serious threat we've encountered yet. Briefly but comprehensively, Harry and Diana outlined what they'd discovered, the strange hybrid magical signatures, the evidence pointing to an alliance between Voldemort and Ares, the ancient ritual that could potentially merge divine and wizard dark magic. Blimey, Ron breathed when they'd finished. You really don't do things by halves, do you, Harry? Hermione was already deep in thought, her quick mind processing the implications. The ritual of ascension. I've read references to it, but most magical historians considered it theoretical, never actually implemented. The magical requirements would be enormous. And the botanical components are rare, Neville added, opening a notebook filled with his neat handwriting. Asphodel harvested under a blood moon, mandrake root grown in soil mixed with divine ichor, hellebore processed using both wizard and divine methods. You've researched this specifically? Diana asked, impressed. Neville shook his head. Not this ritual exactly, but I've been studying plants associated with divine mortal interactions. After what happened in our second year, I wanted to understand more about magical plants that could affect life and death. Harry remembered all too well the events of their second year, the Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk, the diary Horcrux that had nearly killed Ginny Weasley. Neville had helped identify the petrified victims and researched potential cures, showing an aptitude for magical herbology that had since become his specialty. The timing of this discovery is worrying, Hermione noted. With the Triwizard Tournament scheduled for this year, bringing international attention to Hogwarts. Exactly what we thought, Harry agreed. If Ares is involved, he'll be drawn to opportunities for broader conflict. A competition between wizard schools, with historical rivalries already in place. Perfect conditions for chaos, Ron concluded. And my dad says security for the tournament is already a nightmare to organize. The ministries stretched thin. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who informed them that Dumbledore and the ministry representatives were ready to meet. The friends exchanged determined looks before following her to the headmaster's office. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was a square-jawed witch with a monocle and a reputation for fair-minded toughness. Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had risen through Auror ranks to become one of the ministry's most respected field operatives, stood beside her. Both looked grave as Harry and the others entered. Princess Diana, Madame Bones greeted with formal respect. Mr. Potter. Professor Dumbledore has informed us of your concerns. I understand you have evidence to present. The next hour was spent in detailed discussion of their findings. Harry and Diana presented the physical evidence they'd gathered from the temple sites, while Hermione provided additional context from her independent research into unusual magical disturbances. Neville outlined the rare botanical components that had been reported missing from various magical conservatories across Europe, plants that matched the ritual requirements exactly. Throughout the presentation, Madame Bones remained stoically professional, asking precise questions and taking careful notes. Kingsley, more openly concerned, occasionally interjected with information that confirmed their theories: strange patterns in Death Eater movements, unexplained breaks in magical surveillance around certain archaeological sites, reports of wizard mercenaries with unfamiliar fighting techniques. This aligns with our intelligence, he acknowledged when they'd finished. Though we hadn't connected it to divine intervention. Most of our analysts assumed it was foreign wizard involvement, perhaps Eastern European dark magic practitioners. The divine element explains why your tracking methods have been partially ineffective, Diana pointed out. God magic operates on different principles than wizard magic. Your detection systems wouldn't recognize the signatures. Madame Bones removed her monocle, polishing it thoughtfully. If what you're suggesting is accurate, and the evidence is certainly compelling, we're facing a threat beyond standard ministry protocols. She replaced the monocle, her gaze finding Harry. What do you propose, Mr. Potter? Given your unique perspective. Harry straightened slightly, surprised but pleased to be asked directly. In his previous dealings with ministry officials, he'd often been treated as a curiosity rather than a resource, the famous boy who lived, raised by mysterious warrior women, occasionally attending Hogwarts but largely separate from wizard society. We need a joint task force, he said confidently. Combining ministry aurors, Dumbledore's contacts, and Amazon warriors with experience confronting divine threats. Small, mobile teams that can investigate ritual sites and disrupt preparations before they're completed. Amazons operating openly in Britain? Madame Bones asked, raising an eyebrow. That would be unprecedented. So is an alliance between Voldemort and a Greek god, Diana countered calmly, ignoring the slight flinch from Ron at the Dark Wizard's name. Unprecedented threats require unprecedented responses. Dumbledore, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. I believe Princess Diana and Harry are correct. Traditional approaches will be insufficient against this combined threat. However, he added, glancing at Madame Bones, we must also consider political realities. The ministry would face significant questions if foreign warriors began operating on British soil without clear authorization. Not to mention the potential international implications, Kingsley added. If other magical governments learned of Themysciran involvement. Then we work discreetly, Harry proposed. A small, official task force through the ministry, with unofficial support from Themyscira. My friends and I can serve as the connection point. I have standing in both communities. The discussion continued for another hour, debating operational details, information sharing protocols, and coordination mechanisms. Eventually, a compromise was reached. Kingsley would lead an official investigative team through the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville serving as special consultants, due to their previous experience with Voldemort's activities. This would provide a legitimate cover for their involvement, while Diana would coordinate with Themyscira for additional support as needed. We'll need to establish secure communication channels, Madame Bones noted as the meeting concluded. And develop a response plan for when we locate the central ritual site, assuming we find it before the ritual is completed. If the botanical components Neville identified are essential, we may be able to track their movement, Hermione suggested. Most of these plants leave distinct magical traces when transported in the quantities needed for a major ritual. Good thinking, Miss Granger, Madame Bones approved. Kingsley, assign someone to coordinate with Mr. Longbottom on tracking those components. As the meeting broke up, Harry found himself standing with Ron, Hermione, and Neville by one of the tall windows overlooking the Hogwarts grounds. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the familiar landscape, the black lake gleaming in the distance. Just like old times, Ron commented with a wry smile. Except instead of stumbling into danger accidentally, we're actually planning for it properly. Growth, Hermione said dryly. We're showing remarkable growth. Harry smiled slightly, appreciating their attempt at humor despite the seriousness of the situation. I'm glad you're all here. This would be a lot harder to face alone. You're never alone, mate, Ron said firmly. Even when you're off doing your Amazon warrior training. We've got your back. Neville nodded in agreement. Always. The simple declarations of loyalty warmed Harry deeply. For all his appreciation of Themyscira and his Amazon family, these friendships represented something different but equally valuable, connections he'd formed entirely on his own, based on shared experiences and mutual respect rather than training relationships or mentorship. Diana joined them, having concluded her conversation with Dumbledore and the ministry officials. We have work to do, she said without preamble. Kingsley is establishing headquarters for the task force in London. We'll need to divide our efforts between research, field investigation, and preparation for defensive measures. I'll focus on the research, Hermione volunteered immediately. The Hogwarts Library, combined with the Black Family resources Sirius has offered, should give us deeper insight into the ritual components. I'll coordinate with my herbology contacts to track the plant movements, Neville said. Professor Sprout has connections at every major magical greenhouse in Europe. Strategic planning and field support for me, Ron decided. My chess-trained mind is at your service, and I've been practicing those defensive spells you showed us last term, Harry. Harry nodded, feeling a surge of determination. I'll work with Diana on investigating the ritual sites we haven't explored yet. My connection to Voldemort, whatever remains of it, might help us sense where the energy is strongest. As they finalized their plans, Harry's thoughts turned to the challenges ahead. The alliance between Voldemort and Ares represented a new level of threat, one that bridged his two worlds in the most dangerous way possible. Yet standing here with friends from both those worlds, he felt a strange sense of rightness. Perhaps this was always how it would be, his divided heritage becoming a strength rather than a weakness when facing enemies who threatened everything he cared about. We should get started, he said, straightening with renewed purpose. We have rituals to disrupt, a Dark Lord and War God to defeat, and not much time before the Triwizard Tournament brings potential targets right to their doorstep. Diana smiled at his determination, recognizing in it the warrior spirit she'd helped nurture since rescuing a frightened child from an abusive home 7 years ago. Then let us begin. The weeks that followed were intensely busy. Harry divided his time between London, where the Ministry Task Force had established a secure headquarters, and continued field investigations with Diana. They visited 3 more suspected ritual sites across Europe, each showing signs of the hybrid magical activity they'd first detected in Greece. At a Roman temple in northern Italy, they discovered fresh evidence, ritual markings still glowing with residual energy and a discarded athame, ceremonial dagger, inscribed with both Death Eater symbols and ancient Greek war glyphs. The blade radiated dark magic so potent that Diana insisted on containing it in a special box lined with protective Amazon enchantments before they transported it back to London for analysis. Hermione's research was yielding troubling insights. Working with a small team of trusted researchers, including, surprisingly, Luna Lovegood, whose unconventional perspective proved valuable when analyzing divine-mortal interactions, she had reconstructed most of the Ritual of Ascension's requirements. They need 3 primary components, she explained during a task force briefing in late July. First, a physical vessel prepared to receive divine energy, that's likely Voldemort's homunculus form, specially enhanced for this purpose. Second, sacrificial elements combining wizard and divine properties, the plants Neville's been tracking, plus certain magical artifacts that have been stolen from museums across Europe. And the third? Kingsley prompted when she hesitated. A catalyst connected to both parties, Hermione said reluctantly, her eyes finding Harry's. We believe that's where Harry comes in. His magical signature, having been connected to Voldemort and later exposed to divine energy through his Amazon training, creates the perfect bridge between the 2 power sources. But they don't have access to my magical signature, Harry pointed out. I'm not exactly volunteering to participate in their ritual. They might not need your physical presence, Luna interjected, her dreamy voice belying the sharpness of her insight. Magical signatures leave echoes, especially in places of significant events. Anywhere you've confronted Voldemort directly would retain traces of both your magical patterns interacting. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Harry had directly faced Voldemort or his manifestations 3 times since beginning at Hogwarts, in the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone during his first year, in the Chamber of Secrets during his second, and most recently in the Shrieking Shack last year, when they discovered Peter Pettigrew's betrayal and nearly captured him before his escape. We need to secure those locations immediately, Kingsley decided. Potter, which site had the strongest interaction between your magic and Voldemort's? Harry considered carefully. The Chamber of Secrets, probably. That's where I destroyed the diary Horcrux with the basilisk fawn. There was a massive magical discharge when it happened. And the chamber can only be accessed by a Parselmouth, Hermione added. Which gives us an advantage, since Harry is one of the very few who can open it. I'll assemble a team to investigate the other locations, Kingsley said. Potter, you and Princess Diana should lead the chamber inspection personally, given the access requirements. The meeting continued, discussing additional security measures for the upcoming Triwizard Tournament and coordination protocols for the joint Wizard-Amazon operations that were now cautiously underway. 2 Amazon warriors with specific experience confronting Ares had arrived in Britain, operating discreetly under Diana's supervision. More would come if needed, pending Queen Hippolyta's ongoing assessment of the threat level. After the meeting, Harry found himself walking the London streets with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, a rare moment of relative normalcy amidst the escalating crisis. They had stopped for ice cream at a Muggle shop, sitting at an outdoor table and momentarily pretending to be ordinary teenagers. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like, Ron said suddenly, watching Muggles pass by their table, oblivious to the 4 young wizards in their midst. You know, if we were just normal kids. No Dark Lords, no prophecies, no gods trying to end the world. Hermione smiled faintly. Boring, probably. Wonderfully, gloriously boring, Neville agreed with a wistful sigh. Harry remained silent, contemplating Ron's question more seriously. He had never known true normalcy, not in his early years with the Dursleys, not during his Amazon training, certainly not at Hogwarts where he was perpetually caught between worlds. The concept of an ordinary life was so foreign as to be almost unimaginable. I don't think we get to choose our battles, he said finally. Just how we fight them, and who we fight them with. He looked around at his friends, feeling a surge of gratitude. And I couldn't ask for better people to fight alongside. The moment of camaraderie was interrupted by a silvery lynx patronus that materialized beside their table, invisible to the Muggle patrons thanks to subtle concealment charms. Kingsley's deep voice emerged from the spectral creature, "Return to headquarters immediately. Situation developing at Hogwarts." They abandoned their ice cream and hurried to a nearby alley where they could safely apparate. Ron and Neville sighed along with Hermione and Harry, who had mastered the skill early under Diana's tutelage despite not yet being officially licensed by Ministry standards. Back at headquarters, a magically expanded townhouse in a nondescript London neighborhood, they found controlled chaos. Aurors were mobilizing, maps were being updated with glowing markers, and Diana was issuing rapid instructions to the 2 Amazon warriors who had accompanied her to Britain. "What's happening?" Harry asked, finding Kingsley amidst the activity. "Breach at Hogwarts," the Auror replied grimly. "Someone attempted to access the Chamber of Secrets. Triggered the monitoring wards we established after your warning. But they couldn't get in without a parcelmouth," Hermione said, frowning. "They brought one," Diana interjected, joining their conversation. "A captured wizard under Imperius, according to Dumbledore's initial report. Someone with the rare ability. Did they succeed?" Harry asked urgently. "No," Kingsley assured him. "The additional wards held. But they managed to collect magical residue from the entrance area before being driven off by the castle's enhanced defenses." Harry's mind raced. "Magical residue, from when I opened the chamber during second year. That would contain traces of both my magical signature and Voldemort's, through the connection that existed then." "Exactly," Diana confirmed. "Not as powerful as what they might have collected inside the chamber itself, but potentially usable for their ritual." "We need to get to Hogwarts," Harry decided. "Check the chamber personally, make sure nothing was compromised." "Already arranged," Kingsley said. "Portkey leaves in 5 minutes. Princess Diana, yourself, and 2 of my best cursebreakers. The rest of us will continue tracking the remaining ritual components." As they prepared to depart, Harry pulled Hermione aside. "Keep digging into the ritual details. We need to know exactly what they can do with that magical residue, and what it means for the timeline." Hermione nodded, her expression determined. "Be careful, Harry. If they're getting desperate enough to attack Hogwarts directly, they must be close to completing their preparations," Harry finished her thought. "I know. We'll be cautious." The portkey, a tarnished old pocket watch, activated precisely on schedule, whisking Harry, Diana, and the 2 cursebreakers directly to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore was waiting for them, his normally twinkling eyes serious. "The intruders breached the outer defenses using a method we hadn't anticipated," he explained without preamble. "They employed a form of shadow walking, a transportation technique not typically available to wizards. It bears the hallmarks of divine power. Ares is extending his abilities to his wizard allies," Diana surmised grimly. "The merger of powers has already begun, at least on a limited scale." "Precisely my conclusion," Dumbledore agreed. "They were detected almost immediately, but managed to collect samples from the corridor outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom before retreating. Our defensive wards prevented them from approaching the actual chamber entrance directly. We need to check the chamber itself," Harry insisted. "Make sure they didn't find another way in that we don't know about." Dumbledore nodded. "By all means. I've cleared the corridors for your inspection." They made their way swiftly through the castle, eerily quiet during summer holidays. The girls' bathroom that concealed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was exactly as Harry remembered it, dingy, with cracked mirrors and the persistent sound of dripping water. "Hello, Harry," came a mournful voice as they entered. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the bathroom, floated near her usual toilet. "Come to visit my bathroom again? You never come to see me anymore." "Hello, Myrtle," Harry greeted her politely. "Did you see anyone unusual here recently? Perhaps today or yesterday?" The ghost pouted. "I saw them. Nasty people in dark cloaks. They didn't even notice me, just started scraping at the floor and walls, collecting something. Then alarms started ringing, and they disappeared into shadows. Her pearly eyes widened with ghostly tears. Nobody tells Myrtle anything. What were they looking for? Traces of old magic, Diana explained gently. Thank you for the information, Myrtle. It's helpful. Somewhat mollified by being taken seriously, Myrtle retreated to her toilet with a final sniff and a splash. Harry approached the sink that concealed the chamber entrance, examining it carefully before speaking the Parseltongue command that would open it. The sink transformed, revealing the large pipe that served as the entrance to the chamber far below. I'll go first, he said, drawing both his wand and one of his Amazon daggers. Diana next, then the Cursebreakers. Stay alert, we don't know if they left any surprises. The descent into the chamber was tense but uneventful. They navigated the pipe, the cave-in that had been partially cleared during Harry's second year, and finally reached the main chamber itself, a vast, cathedral-like space with towering stone pillars carved in the shape of serpents. At the far end lay the massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, from whose mouth the basilisk had once emerged. The Cursebreakers immediately began casting detection spells, their wands moving in complex patterns as they searched for any signs of tampering or recent magic. Diana moved to the center of the chamber, her expression troubled. There's divine energy here, she said, surprising Harry. Faint, but distinctive. Someone carrying Ares' blessing has been in this chamber. But how? Harry demanded. The entrance requires Parseltongue, and the wards would have detected any breach. Unless they came before the wards were established, one of the Cursebreakers suggested. How long ago did you set up the monitoring charms? Only after our recent discoveries about the ritual, Harry admitted. About 3 weeks ago. Diana nodded thoughtfully. They may have already collected what they needed from here before we even realized the danger. Today's attempt might have been to gather additional samples, or perhaps to confirm what they already had. The implications were disturbing. If Voldemort's allies had accessed the chamber weeks ago, their ritual preparations might be further along than the task force had estimated. A thorough inspection revealed no immediate threats within the chamber, but confirmed Diana's assessment. Traces of divine energy lingered in several locations, particularly around the area where Harry had destroyed the Diary Horcrux and slain the basilisk. The magical residue was old, at least several weeks, according to the Cursebreakers' analysis. We need to adjust our timeline assumptions, Harry said as they made their way back to the castle proper. They've had access to my magical signature, and Voldemort's, for longer than we thought. I'll inform Kingsley immediately, one of the Cursebreakers promised. This changes our response planning. Back in Dumbledore's office, they provided a full report of their findings. The headmaster listened gravely, the usual twinkle absent from his blue eyes. This confirms my worst fears, he said when they'd finished. The ritual preparations are nearly complete. According to Professor Snape's latest intelligence, Voldemort's followers are planning something significant for the night of the new moon, 3 days from now. The new moon, Diana repeated, exchanging a concerned glance with Harry. That aligns with the ritual requirements Hermione identified. Darkness, the absence of lunar influence, the nadir of certain magical currents. We need to locate their primary ritual site, Harry said firmly. All our information suggests they've been gathering components and testing procedures at various locations, but the actual ascension ritual would require a specific type of venue. Neville's plant tracking might be our best lead, Diana suggested. If they're assembling the final botanical components for the ritual. I'll contact him immediately, Harry agreed, already moving toward the fireplace to use the Floo network. Before he could reach it, however, a silver Patronus in the shape of a fox burst into the room. Kingsley's voice emerged, tense and urgent, attack in progress at Ministry of Magic. Multiple hostiles with enhanced abilities. Requesting immediate reinforcement. Evidence suggests diversion tactic. Dumbledore was on his feet instantly. I must go. The Ministry will need assistance. He turned to Harry and Diana. You should continue your investigation. If this is indeed a diversion, then the real target is elsewhere, Diana finished. We'll contact the rest of the task force, coordinate our response. Harry was already using the communication system they'd established, sending alert messages to Hermione, Ron, Neville, and the other key team members. Within minutes, reports began flowing in, not just about the Ministry attack, but about simultaneous disturbances at multiple locations across Britain. It's a coordinated offensive, Diana realized, studying the incoming information. Drawing our forces thin, dividing our attention. While they complete the final ritual preparations somewhere we're not looking, Harry added grimly. Classic military strategy. Ares' influence is evident. A message from Hermione provided the crucial breakthrough, tracking charm on Hellebore shipment activated. Moving toward coordinates in northern Scotland. Ancient stone circle site. Sending details now. The coordinates appeared moments later, indicating a location in a remote area of the Scottish Highlands, not far from Hogwarts, but isolated enough to conduct a major ritual without immediate detection. That's it, Harry said with certainty. The primary ritual site. They're assembling the components now, using these attacks as cover. We need a strike team, Diana decided. Small, elite, capable of neutralizing the ritual before it's completed. You and me, Harry said immediately. We have the most experience with both the wizard and divine aspects of this threat. Plus Ron, Hermione, and Neville, they've trained with us, know how we operate. Diana nodded in agreement. I'll contact my Amazon sisters. 2 should be sufficient if we're prioritizing stealth over force. And I'll bring Sirius, Harry added. His animagus form provides useful reconnaissance capabilities, and he's one of the best duelists I know. As Dumbledore departed for the Ministry, Harry and Diana implemented their plan with practiced efficiency. Messages were sent, coordinates shared, equipment gathered. Within 30 minutes, their strike team was assembled in the Hogwarts grounds, preparing for coordinated apparition to a location near the suspected ritual site. Remember the priority, Diana briefed them as they made final preparations. Disruption of the ritual takes precedence over apprehending participants. If Voldemort and Ares complete the ascension, the threat level increases exponentially. The ritual circle is likely protected by both wizard and divine safeguards, Hermione added, consulting her notes one last time. We'll need to breach both simultaneously for effective intervention. Harry checked his equipment, wand secure in its forearm holster, daggers at his sides, lightweight Amazon armor beneath his wizard robes, communication amulet active. Around him, his friends and allies were similarly prepared, faces set with determination despite the obvious danger ahead. Everyone clear on the approach, he asked, receiving nods all around. Then let's move. They operate in 2 groups to minimize magical detection, arriving in a forested area approximately a kilometer from the ancient stone circle identified in Hermione's intelligence. Sirius immediately transformed into his large black dog form, padding ahead silently to scout the perimeter while the others established a temporary base camp. Harry felt a familiar tension, the focused alertness before battle that his Amazon training had instilled in him. But there was something else too, a faint tingling in his scar that he hadn't experienced since the Horcrux removal years ago. Whatever connection remained between himself and Voldemort was responding to proximity, suggesting their intelligence was correct about the Dark Wizard's location. My scar's reacting, he informed Diana quietly. He's definitely here. Diana nodded grimly. And Ares as well. I can sense his divine signature, faint, but growing stronger. The ritual must be in its preliminary stages. Sirius returned 20 minutes later, transforming back to human form with a troubled expression. Heavy security perimeter, he reported. Death Eaters patrolling in pairs, plus something else, figures in ancient-looking armor who move, differently. Not like wizards. Ares warriors, Diana confirmed. Probably enhanced humans granted limited divine abilities. Dangerous, but not immortal. The stone circle itself is active, Sirius continued. Magical energy visible even to my dog eyes. They've erected some kind of barrier around it, shimmering, multicolored. Combined wizard and divine protection, Hermione surmised. Just as we anticipated. Harry considered this information, formulating their approach. We need a two-pronged strategy. Diana and the Amazons focus on the divine aspects, neutralize Ares' warriors, weaken his contribution to the protective barrier. The rest of us handle the Death Eaters and the wizard components of the ritual. I've identified what I think is a weak point in their perimeter, Sirius added. Northern approach, where the forest extends closest to the circle. Guard patterns are less consistent there. With their plan established, the team moved out, advancing through the forest with careful stealth. As they drew closer, the signs of powerful magic became increasingly evident, an unnatural stillness in the air, faint whispers just below the threshold of hearing, the occasional flicker of energy visible at the corner of the eye. From their concealed position at the forest edge, they could now see the stone circle, an ancient formation of standing stones arranged in a perfect circle, with a larger altar stone at its center. The entire area glowed with an otherworldly light, partly from magical torches positioned around the perimeter, partly from the ritual energies already building within the circle. Robed figures moved purposefully around the site, Death Eaters in their distinctive masks and black robes, interspersed with the armored warriors Sirius had described, their breastplates bearing the symbols of Ares. At the center, near the altar stone, a small group was engaged in what appeared to be preliminary ritual activities, arranging objects and drawing complex patterns on the ground. There, Hermione whispered, pointing to a cluster of distinctive plants arranged in specific patterns around the altar. The botanical components we've been tracking. They're almost ready to begin the main ritual. Harry studied the scene carefully, noting guard positions, possible approaches, and the structure of the protective barrier surrounding the circle. It resembled a soap bubble stretched over the entire site, its surface swirling with both wizard magic and divine energy. The barrier, he murmured to Diana. Can your lasso penetrate it? Diana considered this. Possibly. The lasso of truth exists partially outside normal magical constraints. It might create an opening, however briefly. That's our entry point, then, Harry decided. Diana creates a breach, we all move through simultaneously, then split to our assigned targets. Disrupt the ritual components first, then deal with the opposition. The plan was quickly refined and communicated to the team. They spread out along the forest edge, each taking position for their assigned approach. On Harry's signal, they would move simultaneously, Diana and the two Amazon warriors targeting the divine aspects, while Harry, Sirius, and his friends focused on the wizard components. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as he'd been taught years ago on Themyscira's training grounds. He could feel the competing magical currents swirling around them, the familiar resonance of wizard magic, the deeper power of divine energy, and something new forming between them, a hybrid force that made his skin prickle with warning. Now, he said quietly into the communication amulet. Diana moved first, emerging from the forest with supernatural speed, the lasso of truth already spinning in her hand. As she approached the barrier, the glowing rope shot forward, connecting with the magical surface and creating exactly what Harry had hoped for, a localized disruption, a hole in the defenses. The team surged forward, passing through the opening before the barrier could reseal itself. Instantly, alarms sounded, magical alerts that sent the Death Eaters and Divine Warriors rushing toward the intrusion. Stick to the plan. Harry shouted as they split into their predetermined groups. The battle erupted with ferocious intensity. Diana and the Amazon warriors engaged Ares' enhanced soldiers, their combat training evident as they met divine power with divine power. Harry led his friends toward the ritual center, where the botanical components and other artifacts were arranged around the altar stone. Death Eaters moved to intercept them, curses flying. Harry deflected a killing curse with his dagger, the Amazon forged bronze channeling and dispersing the deadly magic rather than merely blocking it. Beside him, Ron and Sirius worked in tandem, the older wizard's experience complementing Ron's strategic mind and increasingly impressive spell work. Hermione and Neville made directly for the ritual components, their specialized knowledge crucial for effective disruption. Hermione began dismantling the magical patterns drawn on the ground, while Neville targeted the rare plants, neutralizing their magical properties with countermeasures he'd specifically prepared. Harry fought his way toward the altar stone itself, sensing that it constituted the ritual's focal point. 3 Death Eaters formed a defensive perimeter around it, while a fourth figure, smaller, misshapen, cradled in the arms of a fifth, remained partially hidden behind the stone. With a shock of recognition, Harry realized what he was seeing: Voldemort in his temporary homunculus form, a grotesque, childlike body that housed his fractured soul. The Death Eater holding him was likely Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, who had escaped capture the previous year. A sixth figure stood beside the altar, taller than the Death Eaters, clad in ancient battle armor that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Though human in appearance, something about his presence radiated ancient power and malevolence. Ares, Harry breathed, recognizing the god of war from Diana's descriptions. The divine being turned, his eyes finding Harry across the battlefield. A slow smile spread across his face, handsome yet terrible, the expression of a predator sighting prey. "The catalyst arrives," he said, his voice carrying effortlessly over the sounds of combat. How convenient. Harry felt a chill run through him. This confirmed their theory: he was indeed integral to their ritual, his magical signature the bridge between Voldemort's wizard power and Ares' divine energy. "Harry Potter," came another voice, high, cold, somehow emanating from the small homunculus form. "Once again, you stumble into matters beyond your comprehension." "I understand enough, Voldemort," Harry replied, advancing cautiously, wand and dagger at the ready. "This alliance won't give you what you want. Gods use mortals as tools, then discard them." Ares laughed, the sound like steel on stone. "Clever boy. Trained by Amazons, I see. Diana's influence is evident in your stance, your weapons." His gaze sharpened. "But you're wrong about one thing. This partnership offers mutual benefits. The wizard gets his body restored and enhanced with divine power. I gain access to mortal magic normally denied to gods. Both of us become more than we were. And the world burns in the war you'll create together," Harry countered. "That's the real goal, isn't it? Not just power for its own sake, but conflict on a global scale. Wizard against Muggle, nation against nation, an endless feast for the god of war." From the corner of his eye, Harry could see Diana battling her way toward them, dispatching divine warriors with efficient precision. His friends were similarly advancing, gradually overwhelming the Death Eater defenses through coordinated teamwork. "Enough talk," Voldemort's cold voice declared. "The ritual window approaches. Contain him." The Death Eaters surrounding the altar launched a coordinated attack, forcing Harry to defend rather than advance. Simultaneously, Ares made a gesture toward the sky, where dark clouds had begun to gather despite the earlier clear weather. "The convergence begins," the god announced. "The new moon rises unseen, the stars align. Prepare the vessel." Harry fought with everything he had, combining wizard spells and Amazon techniques in the hybrid style he'd perfected over years of training. A stunning spell from his wand followed by a channeled energy blast from his dagger. A shield charm angled to deflect curses back at their casters. Transfiguration of the ground beneath his opponent's feet, followed by precisely aimed strikes at their temporarily unbalanced forms. But despite his skill, the combined opposition was formidable. Each time he neutralized one Death Eater, another took their place. And Ares remained untouched at the altar, conducting the preliminary ritual with methodical precision. Diana reached Harry's side, her breath coming in controlled measures despite the intensity of her previous combats. "We need to disrupt the altar itself," she said urgently. "It's channeling both magical forms. Destroy it, and the ritual collapses." "Cover me," Harry responded, gathering his magical energy for a concentrated assault. Diana moved protectively in front of him, her bracers deflecting a barrage of spells as Harry prepared his attack. Drawing on both his wizard magic and the energy manipulation techniques the Amazons had taught him, he focused his power through both wand and dagger simultaneously, creating a synchronized wave of destructive force aimed directly at the altar stone. The combined blast struck the altar with tremendous impact, creating a visible shockwave that rippled through the entire stone circle. Cracks appeared in the ancient stone, magical energy bleeding from the fissures like luminous sap from a wounded tree. Ares roared in fury, his divine form momentarily flickering to reveal something far less human beneath the handsome exterior. "Protect the convergence," he commanded, his voice laced with divine compulsion that sent the remaining Death Eaters and warriors charging toward Harry and Diana with renewed ferocity. But the damage was done. The ritual's careful balance had been disrupted, the precisely aligned energies now flowing chaotically. The dark clouds overhead began to swirl unnaturally, magical lightning arcing between the standing stones. "The ritual is destabilizing," Hermione shouted from where she was systematically destroying the magical patterns. "We need to withdraw. The energy discharge could be catastrophic." "Not yet," Harry called back, pressing forward toward the damaged altar where Voldemort's homunculus form was being hastily gathered up by Wormtail. "We can end this now." Ares stepped between Harry and his target, divine power radiating from his armored form. "You've interfered enough, godling," he snarled, the term making Harry blink in surprise. "Diana has taught you well, but you face powers beyond your understanding." "I understand enough," Harry retorted, raising his weapons. "I understand that you feed on conflict, that peace weakens you, that cooperation between wizard and muggle worlds would threaten your very existence." "Philosophical to the end," Ares sneered. "Another of Diana's teachings. But philosophy won't save you from this." The god attacked with blinding speed, a sword materializing in his hand as he closed the distance. Harry barely managed to block the strike with his dagger, Amazon-forged bronze meeting divine steel with a shower of sparks. The impact sent him skidding backward, only years of training preventing him from being completely overwhelmed. Diana intervened, engaging Ares directly with the skill of someone who had faced him many times before. "Get to Voldemort," she shouted to Harry. "I'll handle Ares." Harry didn't waste the opportunity, sprinting toward where Wormtail was attempting to retreat with the homunculus Voldemort. The rat-faced wizard turned, terror evident even behind his mask as he saw Harry approaching. "Stay back," he squeaked, drawing his wand while still cradling Voldemort's temporary form. Wormtail, the high, cold voice commanded. "Use the catalyst. Now." Before Harry could react, Pettigrew raised his wand and cast a spell unlike any Harry had encountered, words in an ancient language, the wand movement incorporating elements that seemed distinctly non-wizard in origin. The spell struck Harry directly in the chest, bypassing his magical defenses as if they weren't there. Pain erupted throughout his body, centered on his scar. It wasn't the burning agony he'd experienced when the Horcrux was still present, but something different, a pulling sensation, as if something essential was being extracted from him. He fell to his knees, suddenly understanding what was happening. They were using him as the catalyst after all, not requiring his physical participation in the ritual, but drawing on the unique magical signature created by his history with Voldemort and his subsequent exposure to divine energy through Amazon training. "Harry!" Ron's voice came from somewhere nearby, followed by a barrage of spells directed at Pettigrew. The extraction spell broke as Wormtail was forced to defend himself, giving Harry a moment to recover. The ritual site was now in complete chaos. The destabilized magical energies continued to build, causing the standing stones to vibrate with increasing intensity. Death Eaters were beginning to disapparate, recognizing the danger. Ares and Diana remained locked in combat, their battle reaching a level of speed and power that made them almost impossible to track with the naked eye. And at the center of it all, the damaged altar stone began to glow with blinding intensity as the chaotic energies found a new focus. "Everyone out, now!" Harry shouted into his communication amulet, struggling to his feet. "Full evacuation. His friends responded immediately, disengaging from their various combats and converging on their planned extraction point. The Amazons maintained covering positions, ensuring everyone could withdraw safely. But Harry turned back toward the altar, where Pettigrew was still attempting to complete some version of the ritual despite the dangerous instability. Voldemort's homunculus form was now placed directly on the cracked stone surface, the dark wizard's eyes gleaming red with anticipated triumph despite the chaos around him. "It's over, Voldemort," Harry called, approaching cautiously. "The ritual is failing. You've lost." "Naive child," the cold voice responded. "Even in failure, there is opportunity. The energies you've unleashed still serve our purpose, merely, less elegantly than planned." With sudden clarity, Harry realized what was happening. They were attempting to harness the destructive backlash itself, channeling it into Voldemort's temporary form to achieve a cruder version of the intended transformation. "Harry, we need to leave." Hermione's voice came through the communication amulet, urgent and frightened. "The magical readings are off the charts. The whole site is going to explode." Harry knew she was right. The wisest course would be to retreat, to live to fight another day. But something kept him moving forward, not recklessness, but the strategic awareness his Amazon training had instilled in him. This moment of vulnerability might not come again. If Voldemort managed to harness even a fraction of the ritual's intended power. Making his decision, Harry channeled his remaining magical energy into one final, desperate attack. With his wand, he cast the most powerful disruption spell he knew, not aimed at Voldemort or Pettigrew directly, but at the altar stone beneath them, targeting the precise point where the chaotic energies were being redirected into the homunculus form. The spell struck true, creating a catastrophic interruption in the energy flow. The altar stone shattered with explosive force, sending fragments flying in all directions. Harry barely had time to raise a shield charm before the blast wave hit him, throwing him backward through the air. As he tumbled through space, he caught a glimpse of what happened at the ritual center, Pettigrew screaming as magical energy engulfed him, Voldemort's homunculus form disintegrating under the backlash, and Ares, momentarily distracted by the explosion, taking a direct hit from Diana's lasso that sent him staggering. Then darkness claimed him as he struck the ground beyond the stone circle's perimeter. When Harry regained consciousness, he found himself being carried at speed through the forest, strong arms holding him securely. His vision cleared to reveal Diana's concerned face above him. "Welcome back," she said, relief evident in her voice. "That was either the bravest or most foolish thing I've seen you do, and the competition for that title is considerable." Harry managed a weak smile, taking stock of his condition. Battered but intact, his magical reserves dangerously depleted but gradually stabilizing. "The others?" he asked hoarsely. "All safe," Diana assured him. "We're regrouping at the extraction point. The ritual site has completely collapsed, the backlash created a magical sink that's drawing in all the residual energy. Ministry cleanup teams are already on their way." "Voldemort?" Harry pressed. "Ares?" Diana's expression turned grim. "Ares withdrew when the backlash hit, gods know when to retreat. As for Voldemort, his temporary form was destroyed in the explosion, but that doesn't mean he's gone permanently," Harry finished, understanding. "Just set back significantly." "Exactly. And Pettigrew was caught in the worst of it. The others are certain he didn't survive." They reached the extraction point, a small clearing where the rest of their team waited anxiously. Hermione rushed forward as Diana set Harry gently on his feet, throwing her arms around him in a fierce hug. "Don't you ever do that again," she demanded, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "We thought you were right in the center of the explosion." "Almost was," Harry admitted, returning the hug before accepting similar greetings from Ron, Neville, and Sirius. "But it worked. We stopped the ritual." "More than stopped it," Ron said, his expression a mixture of awe and relief. "You should have seen it after we got clear, the whole stone circle collapsed into the ground, like it was being swallowed up. Whatever they were trying to do, it's thoroughly wrecked." As the team prepared for extraction back to their headquarters, Harry found himself standing slightly apart, processing what had occurred. The threat wasn't eliminated. Voldemort would find another way to return, Ares would seek new opportunities for conflict, but a major escalation had been prevented. The alliance between wizard dark magic and divine power had failed, at least for now. Diana joined him, her presence familiar and reassuring. "You're thinking about what comes next," she observed. Harry nodded. "We've won a battle, not the war. They'll try again, maybe separately, maybe together in a different way. We need to be ready." "And we will be," Diana assured him. "But today's victory is significant. You've demonstrated what's possible when different magical traditions work together effectively, Amazon and wizard, divine and mortal." Harry looked at his assembled team, friends from Hogwarts, Amazon warriors, his godfather Sirius who bridged his parents' world and his present life. Each represented a different aspect of magic, a different approach to power and its responsible use. "That's it, isn't it?" he said slowly, an idea taking shape. "That's how we move forward. Not by keeping these worlds separate, but by creating something that draws strength from all of them." Diana smiled, recognizing the direction of his thoughts. "A new alliance? One based on cooperation rather than exploitation?" "Exactly," Harry confirmed, growing more confident as the concept clarified. Voldemort and Ares tried to merge their powers through dominance and dark ritual. We can achieve something better through partnership and mutual respect. He looked around at his friends, who had moved closer to listen. "Think about it, what we accomplished today wasn't just about raw power. It was about combining different strengths, different knowledge systems. Amazon combat techniques with wizard spellwork. Hermione's research with Neville's botanical expertise. Sirius's experience with Ron's strategic mind. A formal alliance," Hermione mused, catching on immediately. "Not just for this crisis, but ongoing. Sharing knowledge, techniques, resources. Bridging worlds that have remained separate for too long," Sirius added thoughtfully. "The wizard community tends toward isolation, but there's strength in diversity." "The Amazons have maintained their isolation for good reasons," Diana cautioned. "Hippolyta won't agree to unlimited sharing of Themysciran knowledge." "Nor should she," Harry acknowledged. "I'm not suggesting we eliminate all boundaries. But selective collaboration, under appropriate safeguards, it would create something none of our opponents could easily counter because it wouldn't follow the expected patterns of either tradition." The group fell silent, considering the implications. It was a bold proposal, challenging centuries of separation between magical communities. But the threat they'd just confronted, and those still looming on the horizon, demanded innovative approaches. "It starts with us," Harry concluded, looking at each of his companions in turn. "A core group that already spans these worlds. We build from there, carefully, selectively. Creating something new without compromising what makes each tradition valuable." Diana placed a hand on his shoulder, pride evident in her expression. "You've come a long way from the boy under the stairs," she said softly. "This vision, bridging worlds rather than choosing between them, it honors both your heritages without being limited by either." The others were nodding now, convinced by the elegance of the concept if not yet certain about all its practical applications. As the Ministry extraction team arrived to transport them back to London, Harry felt a sense of purpose that transcended even their immediate victory. The path ahead would not be easy. Traditionalists in both communities would resist. Enemies would adapt and evolve. The prophecy connecting him to Voldemort remained in play, its ultimate resolution still uncertain. But for perhaps the first time, Harry could envision a future shaped not by the expectations others placed upon him, but by his own synthesis of everything he had learned and everyone who had shaped him. "Ready to go?" Diana asked as the port key was prepared. Harry nodded, his green eyes clear and determined. "Ready for whatever comes next." As the port key activated, whisking them away from the battlefield, Harry Potter, no longer simply the boy who lived or the Amazon's apprentice, but something uniquely his own creation, allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. Today they had prevented worlds from colliding destructively. Tomorrow they would begin building bridges between them instead. The war was far from over. But its nature had changed irrevocably, and with it, the possibilities for what might follow victory. That, perhaps, was the most important triumph of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.